know Philly is that you know Philly. I'm gonna have honest conversations. What'd you say, Ryan?
You ain't got a problem when they disrespect me, though. I guess.
No, but defense Ryan more than me. Who the fuck defense Ryan more than me?
I turned into a line defender.
That's true, yeah. Like, what is he talking about?
I defend you too. I'm a little biased.
Oh my God, Lion, I defend you too. Yes. Let's all join defending Lion.
Yeah, I'm like the white woman in that movie Kill Bill, where she's slicing out legs.
Oh, shit, yo, Philly, Ryan just likes being a victim. That's what I noticed. He's always going to play a victim, no matter what. He's always going to play a victim.
I don't know, but I got like...
Hey, yo, King, you know why, right? You know why he wants to be the victim, right? Because he likes it. Exactly. They can beat you to it. You can't help yourself. He likes it, fam. That's what they do. We should have that, actually. We should have Victim of the Year.
Yeah.
Who was the problem?
Niggas will talk shit behind his back. We don't.
Who was it?
What the fuck is he
I think XRP was the
It was they talking about Brian, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's cool. They talking about
I
Brian.
bet if XRP was a person,
Sorry,
it
man.
would be light
I
King Kong handled them pretty well. So, I mean, some of us got skills, some of us don't have the skills. So, I appreciate the way King handled the conversation this morning.
Yeah.
With the Nigerian Bitcoin?
Nigerian Bitcoiner.
Nate said you
Oh
were
my God, Nate,
cheering.
why did you make that fucking title, nigga? Like, why you get that?
Apparently, the fiance of 4 British white women that are over the age of 6.
Oh my God. For the record, you should
They look pretty good over there, though.
What about white women?
British white women, not us. British white women.
Don't be, you mentioned be black.
I'm not black. Look at them. Yeah.
I love white women.
She said, I'm not black.
My grandson is so
How's
black.
that? You're black, Jackson.
I'm not black, I'm
Did you know?
I don't like this shit. I realize
No, we're not
that's
clear,
why
but
it's
we
because
bathe.
you like
We don't even
it.
like colors here right now.
I'm the common, everyday, golden, beautiful brown. That's all.
Golden brown. Isn't that right?
I think you should be proud of that.
That's light skin.
I really am. I love my skin color.
It should be. I want the color of me.
Your pockets.
You're
Golden.
pink.
Golden brown is dark white.
Okay.
So that's white.
Golden brown, hash brown, shit. You're right. It was a white potato. Exactly, Mom. I gets it.
So that's a lion.
Anyone been to Lowe's? You look at the paint wheel? No, I check that out.
Just want to show my mother, my And then I took a bath.
What the fuck?
Diddy, all that. Shout out to you guys.
Bro, the worst time I did that was crazy word, bro.
He cleaned my body from head to toe.
Yes, now
Can we wait till June? Bro.
And for the price of $99.99, he'll do the same for you.
That's a fact.
I love how y'all waited till after Easter for this. It's really cute.
Did someone say party like $19.99?
You know what's crazy though, Mike? What's crazy, Mike? This is really a good thing, bro. You was able to do what most people can't. Somebody who walked from atheism and say, yo, I am now a child of God. Devil cannot judge me for my past. You are a new creature. Next thing you know, after all the tribulation and the struggles, you go to be coming out unscathed. Even if you have to lose your carnal life. Some people can't make that choice. Some people so scared to do that they say, you know what, God ain't real. You know what, I'm an Israelite, God ain't gonna hurt me. You know what, and when tribulation come, God ain't gonna let me go through it, and I'm gonna get raptured up. But Mike, you're not like these people. God called you out of the world, so you will never be like mine. Never.
I think that application is still pending for a little bit. I think, he's looking through it.
You can get baptized. You know what's crazy though? He's the third baptism. My first was one of my friends.
Wait, you for real baptized this too?
Just me, this is the third baptism.
Are we being serious?
Yo, Mike, every time I do it, I lose a piece of Jacobus. And I become more into that new creature that he was talking about. Cause I got another nickname. I don't even know yet. My nickname. But when he call me back, I'm gonna be like, oh, that's me.
When you say your name is Wachovia?
I don't even know if I said the whole
I know it's something with an R. I know it's something with an R.
They say Wachovia.
Wachovia is actually...
Yo,
that's actually fire.
Raka is a bad word in Hebrew. That's the only word Jesus said. You call somebody that, you're going to hell. He said you call somebody Raka, that's useless. He said you call somebody useless, you're going to hellfire. You call somebody a fool, those two words, you're not supposed to call them people that shit for some reason to Jesus. He don't like that.
Jews have the weakest God.
Well, I have plausible deniability because I don't speak Hebrew, so...
But you know,
God is the God of the Old Testament.
no.
Their God is the weakest God.
It's the God of the Old Testament.
Yeah, remember he said, I'm defeated. I'm defeated.
Let me ask you this: do you think that this is like possible for God to say, "My children defeated me"? Nathan.
And smile while saying.
Hold on. You don't
Christ is smart. Answer it, Nathan.
Just
Answer
smile.
it.
With a smile, Nathan.
No. Answer it, Nathan.
What's
Answer it, Nathan. God can do anything.
Could God be not God?
That's a contradiction.
Thank you. So that means there's one thing that God can't do, right? So can anything defeat God? Can anything defeat God?
Can anything defeat God?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
If he allows it.
What?
If he allows it, that's it.
If he allows it, then that's not them defeating him. That's him letting them.
Yeah.
Wait.
Bro. You know about anything you want with your kids? Say it again?
Exactly, Nathan. Exactly. You ain't even know the story, Nathan. You ain't even know the story.
Video game with your kids?
Yeah.
No, we get that. We get that with Jacob, and we get that. That's not what Mike is talking about, though. Mike is talking about their God being defeated. That is true. The way the Jews describe it is not what we're talking about with Jacob. It's two different things. They're able to trick their God, and their God actually gets tricked.
Wait, no, what? No.
That is a fact.
My God, bro.
The way that they describe tricking Hashem gets tricked.
That's not a trick.
That is absolutely
coming. And they're like, no, God, you're wrong because you said this in the past. And then they come back and then they say, hey, ha, 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 ha. God said that we defeated him, ha, 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 because there is nothing else, because there is nothing else coming, ha, ha, ha. That's what they said. All right, so what do you think the coming is? Pause.
Yeah.
Hold on, Nathan. What do you think the coming is? What do you think the
I
coming
don't
is?
think you guys being charitable.
Bro.
Yeah, you thought
Good,
Nathan
Nathan,
is
good,
going to
Mike.
respond to you, but
Mike did good. Let me just tell Nathan the story. So
no, like he asked Nathan. I think he asked Nathan a direct question, but he kind of broke up.
Yeah, because he was trying to tell Nathan the story too at the same time. But let me tell Nathan the story so he knows what's going on. So Mo would know the story. Mike know the story. Here's a rabbi called Rabbi Eliezer. Eliezer means Lazarus in Hebrew, right? I mean, in English.
You say too much. Let's get to the point, bro.
No, he needs the details. We all different.
He does not, dude.
Details. Nah, but look. So look,
No.
what's his name? Nathan. So Rabbi Eliezer, he's saying that a certain oven is pure no matter what. I'm gonna give you a quick Jewish law so you know why. A stone is always pure and sand is always pure. So the stone oven is broken and it's separated with sand to make it perpetually pure forever.
Nathan, wait.
What's up, man? Let me tell.
Hold on. There's a we're doing right now. Can God lie?
No, God can do what he wants.
I didn't make that thing. Can God lie?
Yes. We know what.
How do you know that?
He's capable of all things. He can lie.
God can do anything. No, because it literally.
That's not. Where does it say? Wait, hold on. Where does it say that?
He cannot lie.
Hold on. So if God, wait. See, there's too many things going on. If God lies, is that antithetical to God's nature?
God cannot lie, nigga.
Who said that?
I know, bro.
Yes, he said I cannot lie.
No. There's an inherent flaw. It doesn't have to be said. Could God be God? No, God cannot be God. So can God go against God's nature? That would be like saying God is not being God in that moment. Hold on, bro. Look, you're gonna ruin it, bro. You're gonna ruin it. This is meta shit right now.
Hello?
Damn,
Wait, meta as a metaphysical.
If God can be true, can be a liar?
If God lies, that's antithetical to God. But if it's antithetical to God's nature, that means like God in that moment's not being God. Okay, so that means God cannot be God. God can't lie.
I always thought that if you can be truthful, you can be a liar. So can God be a liar?
No.
What?
No,
No, God's not a liar.
You're saying God
Yeah, you're not talking like y'all were. They're talking to the man. Shut up.
Why do you think God has to be a liar? Why would you want a God that's a liar?
Nobody's called God a liar.
He's put dubs on it.
This so God is not
Complicated, bro.
like, what are y'all talking about?
Y'all acting like you were there.
No, he's not the he literally says he's not a liar. Like, man,
So is God man?
that is contrary to
Yeah,
the
nigga,
nature.
God's a man, right, God?
R. Kelly said he didn't do it too. I think I get I'm just saying, like, okay, like, what really just happened is thousands of years. No, like, no, whatever. This is okay. Like, no,
let me just finish my story to Nathan.
Yo, y'all would make it
Hey,
Look, let me just finish my shit to Nathan, because y'all gonna go on. I'm telling you, y'all got a mind like a motherfucker.
It's like, is God
Y'all niggas gonna go like on a whole rampage. Like y'all gonna start a whole Ethiopian church.
Potentially.
Y'all ain't gonna start a white church.
Listen, that's what you subscribe to.
Look, let me just throw this at Nathan.
But that's what you can be, as long as it's not antithetical to the nature, then there's no contradiction there. I didn't say that. That's a separate issue.
There's other people that won't hear this part.
I'm saying if they do that,
Nobody wants to hear it, bro. Nobody wants to hear it.
You was lucky, Mike. You was able to be put in the room and get your own private lesson. These niggas got ADD. I know them. I'm not getting individual lessons, Mike.
what's the consumption? What is the?
Hold on.
potential at all.
Look at your name.
There's zero potential.
Alejandro,
Well, it's more than that. It's not a disagreement. It's just more
Oh my God.
of a
Yeah,
story.
Everybody listen up.
Fancy, bro. We don't have to.
Jacobus, you literally own a piece of site. Give it to Rome.
No, I don't. Stop saying that. Look, everybody can do it. What the fuck was that? Listen.
No, is that what you
Let's
heard?
make this simple. Mike was able to get a private lesson from Jacobus because he got a special condition like me. So by him getting that private lesson, some of you, which is in the same boat, is not getting that private lesson. So you got a little mishap. You got to understand shit like you was in school, and you got to teach it. I don't care that you retarded. So basically, what I'm telling Nathan is, Nathan, I'm going to teach you in front of all these stupid motherfuckers. So look at this, Nathan.
You don't have to say all the stuff. Just say the points.
No, there is no point. It's the story.
There's a point. There's a point.
Oh my God, look at this, Nathan. Imagine this. Nigga, what's up, Nathan? Watch this. I'm trying to tell you the fucking point. You just shut the fuck up.
It's not a point, it's a story.
Hey, oh my God, everybody shut up. Everybody shut up. No one here. Yo, King, imagine this.
Because they can be defeated by their own fucking people.
Yo, King, imagine you was talking to Jesus, and he said, I'm going to tell you a parable, King.
And you said what?
Somebody next to you said, nah, you got to shorten up the parable.
Are you calling yourself Jesus?
No, I'm saying Jesus told his disciples, bro. Look, I'm saying,
Why are you using that as an example?
Jesus told his
He
disciples.
got it down,
bro.
Listen, y'all being silly. Jesus told
Why
his
do we like
disciples.
doing this shit? I think at this he doesn't have a point.
Yeah, because look at this.
Is that my nigga? Is that my fucking nigga?
Because if we being honest, if we was to put
Now, what you got?
Alejandro, look, if we being honest, if we was to ask Alejandro to get on,
I'm Jewish. I believe in hell.
everybody settle down for a second.
Really? Jews still believe in hell?
No, they don't.
Where do a lot of people go?
It's very rare.
Where do all the sinners go? To Israel?
It's
Well,
not.
you're right. They go to heaven.
It's rarely mentioned, but
They
they
do
do.
want to believe it's so bad, but they don't believe he's in hell.
This is why Targets can't bring
Because they're in hell already.
these close niggas to go chaotic.
Those women.
So Nathan, I'll tell you the story. Nathan, I'll tell you the story. You want to hear the
No,
story?
you just want to tell the story. Nathan, listen to me.
Come on, my brothers in Christ. You guys are like warriors. That
We're not Christ is not here right now. Look at that fish right here.
Mike got a lot of, that's good. Jesus has zeal when he fits the ticket. Mike got zeal. Right?
Zeal?
So, what is zeal? It's like you got a lot of energy for God that nobody can see, but you gonna manifest it.
you got zeal for God. They can invest for God.
No, this goes like 4 words in Hebrew.
Disrespectful. So, Nathan, look, right? Yeah, remember throughout the whole Bible, they always talking about you are unclean. Like, there can be a nigga amongst us right now with skin disease, and we all be like, unclean, until the nigga get away from us. Like, we'll shame this nigga so much. He comes to the supermarket trying to get an apple. Be like, don't touch that. Unclean. And we'll point at him. And the nigga run away being dirty. Now,
Why would you want the apple after what happened?
just pay attention to the story. That was good. So now, Nathan. So, this Rabbi Lazarus, the same name, not the person, is saying, yo, if you take a stone oven, mind you, stone is always pure, and you break it and separate it with sand, which is also pure, this oven will be always pure no matter what. And the majority of rabbis...
On Mike?
Right, y'all hear that?
What the fuck?
This is where we get everybody trying to be a comedian, and then nobody's getting paid for this. You're not getting paid to be a comedian. You're not even getting paid for the purpose. Who the fuck is talking?
What the fuck, mate?
Look, we got the disruptors coming in, doing this weird shit, trying to entertain.
Wait, no, Jacobus.
I'm about to go hard on this.
Wait, Jacobus.
Hey, turn your fucking cheek, bro. Turn that cheek. Do not need force with force. Turn your cheek. Bro, turn your cheek. Your one cheek is getting cooked. You gotta flip it to the other side so it's balanced.
So, I don't
Like, from both sides.
I lost what you said when you said apple,
You gotta
bro.
flip the cheek.
Jacobus, I lost your apple. I guess so.
Nathan.
Mike,
I'm
you
News went and spoke to God. And then they came back and then they told everybody else, God said,
I understand. Listen to the story.
That's why don't listen to his story.
Wait, who said what? Say it again, what?
Anything.
It's not his story, it's history.
So basically, the Jews went to speak to God about.
No, they didn't go to speak to God. Listen to the story.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
Are y'all reading the same book?
No. Look, somehow, some way. Forget about how it happened. Somehow, some way the Jews spoke. Somehow, some way the Jews spoke to God. And then after they do this, right? They come back, and then they tell the other Jews, "Hey, guess what? God said that we defeated them." Right? That's what happened.
Mike.
I don't know. This is Jacobus' story. Because what they're saying is this. Look, all I'm doing is I'm condensing it and I'm paraphrasing.
No, Mike. Right.
He thinks if he fucking tells you about a bullshit oven, or if the oven's went up and then you put sand, now you're thinking about pizza and you want to talk about God.
That's not fair, Mike. I did think about pizza, dude.
I know everybody did, bro.
Gentiles.
Well, they look, bro. Just get to the point. Jacobus.
You know what he's saying is
Jacobus, let me ask you. Okay, Jacobus. Let me ask you 2 questions, and I'll go on mute. You can say your story. Ready? 2 questions. All right. Did the Jews tell people that they said my children defeated me?
No, God said it.
God said what? Sorry, go ahead.
God smiled and said, "My children defeated me."
Perfect. And so positive. Last question. And who said that God said that?
That's what it says in the Talmud.
Who said that God said that?
The Talmud.
Wait, so the Talmud is saying that God said that, or is somebody reporting that God said that?
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, and who's reporting that?
Jews,
right? Yes.
y'all heard that?
Here, last question. Ready? Last question. Okay, now look, watch this. Now, are they referring to like a second coming or something like that, Paul?
No.
No,
That's what I forgot.
What are they referring to?
Mike, remember I was telling you.
Just say it, That is that.
All right, so in the Mishnah, which is out the beginning of the Talmud, it says those who say this do not have a part in the world to come. If they say the Torah is not in heaven, is not from heaven. That's what I told you. I gotta tell you the whole thing.
I don't get anymore.
All right, so look, here we go. So now, I'm gonna teach y'all niggas this shit, so when a Jew come in here, he can't violate you. The Talmud is divided into 2 parts. 2 books.
Oh my God.
Wait, what kind of Jew? My kind of Jew or like your kind of Jew?
White Jew.
Okay.
The niggas that look like you, right? So now, the Talmud is divided into 2 books. One is the oral law, and the other is the discussions. The oral law is telling us those who say this cannot come to the new coming kingdom that Jesus is making. And what you say, the Torah is not from heaven. Now, we go faster. We look at what's going on in the story. There's an oven, and it's clean. The thing is clean. So now, all the other rabbis around him is saying he's wrong because the majority is saying you're wrong.
Wrong about what?
Wrong about the oven that you don't want to hear about, stupid.
Fuck, dude. Are you really talking about dumb oven?
Listen. So, forget. I'll take that niggas later. There's too much shit going on.
Thank God, because after God smiles, I clocked out.
So I'm just gonna say that what he said. Look, actually, you said that makes sense. What makes sense?
Oh, the smiling part, like
Like, that means he's human, right? That means God's human, right?
No, there's no way.
Why would God smile if he's not human?
Yeah, there's no way that like God's gonna confront anyone who defeated him, right? Even if he said, because God can't be wrong, and if you recognize the omni factors of God, then you would know that there is no wrong in God. Now, if you look at it this way, who's the God that was going to kill his son as a test?
It wasn't his son, though. Now it's 10.
Stop.
that was his brother.
That was Nathan, only Nathan. Okay, did he pass the test?
Yes.
Okay, did he in that moment that he passed the test, did he defeat God?
No.
Exactly. This means that God can run you through a test, and if you pass the test, it doesn't mean that you defeat God. So you can look at it that way. So even if the Jewish people are saying, hey, look, God put us through a little thing, and we passed, that's different than saying,
children defeated me. That's like a submissive, like fucking personality.
And do you imagine how demasculating that is?
Okay, let me ask you this: did God play a game with the guy that was supposed to kill his kid?
No, that's
Yes, he did.
I know he's fucked up Sodom and
They
Gomorrah.
were all a test. Okay, look. So, in what case did you get defeated if you got your way?
if there's a game where there's winners and losers.
Okay, could God ever lose?
Yes.
What?
He allowed someone to win.
Okay, if He allows, do you want them to win?
Yes.
Okay, then who won?
Can God fail
The
to
person he
achieve his
allowed to win.
objective? Can God
No.
fail to
If
achieve
God-
his objective?
No, I got it. God won because
Oh, he
he
did.
chose to lose. God won, chose to let someone win. God
Right.
won.
Look, to me, it's
Mike,
like
if you-
it's
you look at-
inconsistent. If I have kids, go ahead.
And you would let your kids play a game, let's say tic-tac-toe, and you allow them to win, and you let them win. Did you win?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, yes. You did. No, you lost in theory, but you won.
No, you chose to lose, so you have to win. You can win if you want.
Alessandro said it the best.
Alright, so Nathan,
You chose to
let's
lose,
look.
so you-
You accomplished your objective, but you still lost.
Mike, I
No, you didn't.
So
Right,
Mike,
I think-
if we
Alejandro said it the best, said no one. So look,
said it.
Hey, did you think about this earlier sometime, like,
You don't know how balanced these were.
So, Mike,
Well, that's definitely not true.
So Mike, I think I understand. No, Mike, I think I understand what you're saying. I was making it too wordy, right?
Let me drive. You make it too wordy for everybody.
Alright, so look, I realized that. Look,
now I'll bring it up later on today.
alright, so look, Mike, this is what I'm realizing, right?
That's a fact.
There's a reason Jesus gave y'all niggas the easy stories, because like the things I'm telling y'all is too much. So I realized that I gotta follow this nigga, keep y'all like he's talking to kindergartners. So the whole issue is basically these Jewish niggas is saying we don't get our proofs or our reasoning or our teachings from miracles or fucking signs and wonders. Even though this nigga did the whole formula through the scripture, they said we can't agree with you because the majority doesn't agree with you. So God ended up speaking from heaven and saying, look, why y'all disagreeing with this person? He is right in every way. Everything he's saying is correct. They got up and said, look, yo, God, you gave us the Torah on Mount Sinai. It's not in heaven no more. So you can't come down here telling us this when we had the Torah. And now the prophet Elijah is standing on the side and
Can
saying,
I say something? Can I
oh my fucking God, Joe.
Hey, King Solomon, my man.
Yo, what are you doing? What is you
King
doing?
Solomon. My
Come on and get this
What's
King Solomon, my
Come on, tell us chill out. That's my girl, man. Come on, bro. Like, for real, bro. You gonna have your girl jumping on stage?
Sorry.
Kings.
Yes.
No, I never. You fucking deaf, bitch.
You don't even know what to say.
He's going with the short skirts.
We should
Somebody else, they would have moved. That's what I'm saying.
Why
Come on, man.
not?
King, God is testing us.
Yo, I'm about to violate this hoe, yo.
Come on, then do it. Do it. Come on.
Why
It is right. Dusty you.
God, I still love your rap.
It's got time. She's got a hard accent.
She does have a good accent, bro. When she's cussing.
So much early talking about their nice voices, yo. Niggas so
No, Kim is not mad. That's fucked up.
Hey, yo, Kim's singing and you better do something.
I choose
My big Jacoby was talking.
Like when you don't jiggle, it folds.
Wiggle, wiggle. It's
No, I didn't get
That's what
that.
it sounds like.
I fucking wanted to
Yes, please, for me, no pause.
Yo, Jessica, I respect you so much. I respect you so much, not only because you defended me, but because you used the AI picture to show your beauty. Because you never saw glory from niggas in the room. You never saw glory from niggas you never met before. You was never a sucker like that. So,
That's the story, bro.
I would just continue the story and say, when we look at, what's his name? God talking from heaven at this moment, he is telling these individuals, my rabbi is telling you the truth, yet you don't believe him because the majority of you are saying he is wrong. This is the common rule for all Judaism. If the majority say you're wrong, you are wrong. And now the majority is saying that God is wrong.
They're saying God is wrong.
Nigga, if God is saying
How
he
can
is
you
right,
say God
then
is
you're saying
wrong?
he is wrong.
I'm confused by that.
They're saying that.
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
You just
They're saying that.
Hey, yo, Mike, we just got
That's right. Yeah, they're saying. And the reason why is because they're lying. They would rather have a weak God.
why can't they be ignorant?
Ignorant doesn't require necessarily making a claim that somebody said the thing.
But Jesus said they're ignorant. He said they know not what they do.
That's a reference to them doing bad. But they're making a fuck. They're trying to say that God said a thing. And I mean, to me, the way I hear it, my understanding is just like this nature of God. What they're doing is it's so inconsistent to my understanding. And this could be just a credulity issue. My understanding is just so like God is just so one way. For you to paint God even in this way, it gives God a weaker spot.
I heard about this film.
Okay, that's fine. Here's the point. Here's the point. It tells me that the fucking Jews would rather have weeds than a fucking strong God that proves them.
That's a fact. Wait. No, so let me be charitable and look through their lens here. I'm a parent. I have 6 children. And I constantly what did I constantly test them?
Yes, I already said that in reference to the idea of a test. I already said this. I said when the guy was going to unalive his son, if you say that there's a test, that's fine. You can pass the test. But you see, even when he passed the test, you don't have to use this term defeat when it comes to the all power.
Wait. Bro, like just so we don't get derailed here, I'll just give you the example. I tell my children to lock the door, do not open the door for anybody. I sent 17 people to come knock on the door, they did not open the door. They've defeated the challenges that I placed in front of them in that context. If you say I'm smiling because I'm appreciating the fact that they did what I actually told them to do and avoided all of the temptation, then it kind of flows to say, hey, God,
you said something perfect. They defeated the tasks, correct?
There you go.
Did they defeat you? Stop. Jacob, stop. They defeat you?
No.
You. Okay, so, hold on, no, stop. So, did the quote say, my children defeated me?
Yeah, but you're taking it out of context.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro? You personally had an opportunity right now. You personally have
shown you the context.
No, you literally changed the word to task. No. That's what. No, and then I clarified. Then I said, did they defeat you? And you said no. So what you did was imperfect Samoa, right? Imperfect Samoa said, hey, my children defeated the tasks. But the book of God, the fucking Hebrews, the smart Jewish people said, ooh, guess what? No, I'm not missing it. You just have to say that to make yourself feel right.
There were 2 prongs there. You're only addressing one. So the first prong was Mount Sinai. God said at an earlier time, this is the book, this is the thing. Don't open the door.
I already know that. I know what you're talking about. If you think by adding that change anything,
I don't know defeated in that context.
Look, it doesn't matter what it was. There was obviously something, according to the story, that impressed God. Okay? So you're Mount Sinai. You don't have to say that. The point is this. Defeating the task versus defeating me are 2 separate things. And I'm saying, as far as I understand, no one defeats God. They might pass God's test, right? But it's a very specific.
Now, Mike
okay,
is right.
So the point is this.
He's actually saying what I'm saying. So
no, I am not. I hate when you do that. That's so weird.
Do you want to wait?
Yes, look, you're wrong, because I'm not saying what you're saying. I'm absolutely lost.
All right, bro. Do you think that you can lose a whole bunch of battles within the war, but not?
I don't care about your bullshit thing. What you're doing is you're not listening to me, right? I know that means that you have the ability to understand words. You have to be able to hear words and not understand it. Look, when I asked you, did your kids defeat you? You said no, right?
Yes.
Okay, now, if they said, God said we defeated him, did they defeat God?
Again, you said
yeah, did they defeat God? Don't laugh. Did they defeat God? Did they defeat God? I did win. Because King, did you hear how he answered it when it came to him?
I did.
But when it came to God, he didn't want to answer it?
Correct.
You could say, hey, you know what? Here's another argument. Hey, look, no. position over the supremacy or the attributes of God.
You just like having a will.
I'm saying more than you. You like clever, but then you got caught. You tripped over your own self. And you know what you did? You actually said you put yourself above God right now by saying, yeah, my kid's in a full me in my analogy.
No, you're wrong.
They put God in their analogy. That's what you just
Hey,
did,
look,
bro.
you got the matrix you're going through right now?
No, I don't. And I know you want me to because I'm cooking right now, bro. I'm cooking you right now. I know that's what happens. That's what happens, bro. You want things to go when one's uncomfortable. People don't like discomfort. That's what happens, bro. This basic ass bitch, right? I just got fucking baptized the other day in my own fucking bathroom. Hey, make it fucking sense.
Are you okay? Are you alright, bro? This is wrong. Are you okay, bro? Fucking wrong. Are you okay, bro?
Doing good. Hey, man, am I okay? What do you mean? Are you okay? Are you okay?
Bro, you sound like depression right now.
We all sound like that.
No. This is how I usually sound.
No, that's not how I
usually sound.
No, bro, you getting
Normally sounds like that.
You can say, hey, if that's the way you feel, then so be it. I don't care how you feel.
What?
You can dress it up. You just say, hey, the volume's loud, Mike. The volume's loud. I don't care what you say it sounds like. Your words that come out of my mouth say how wrong you are.
Why is he trying to hurt me?
Why do you go high pitch?
Relax, bro. Why is this shit up? I gotta go, Jacob. So from the beginning, bro, I said you guys are looking at this through the lens. Yeah, just hold on, bro. I said at the beginning, I said you guys looking at this through like the lens, the lens of like a Christian lens as far as like the purpose, right? But if you're giving some charity to the Jewish side of this, you would have to understand like their frame. You just understand their framework, right? So why would God smile? It's like he's not displeased. So then God says, okay, cool, and this is the Sadducee position. This is the position we were arguing about, John chapter 11 here, where they stick straight to the Torah. There's no heavenly like guidance because they've already been instructed. So I gave the example to their lens. God told us when he gave us this book that this is the way it is, regardless of any of these like ooga booga voices coming from anywhere, this and that. So then I gave you these steps. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to you.
This right here?
He's
He's
just
trying
trying
to like bend this fucking thing to make
Hey,
it
bro,
work.
how do you sound
We
so desperate?
understand that
Do you understand
God
there's two sides of
was
the argument, bro?
repressed. The point is the statement made by the people.
Why would somebody
Did God say
Why would somebody be
defeated me?
Correct.
Or did God say they passed my
Nigga, why do you
test?
keep on
Or
saying
did
correct?
God say don't
Because he's
do
right.
it?
It's the
They defeated my task. Those things had
Regardless
meaning.
if you
You
agree.
think
Wait
by
a minute.
starting
Where's
with
the
love,
thought
you're feeling
process
it's a
on it?
Feeling the vibe,
and
bro.
we're gonna be charitable, and
You
we're
gotta
gonna do this
relax,
to
bro.
contest, and we're gonna do that. You think that matters? At the end of the day,
What's going on with my guy?
does God get defeated?
He's dying or is it my bro?
My goal
Hey,
is wrong, bro.
Yeah,
It's
if
my
I could just ask, well, I'm almost done. This nigga just keep on cutting me off. I don't know why.
You're asking if I could. That's a question, so no.
Stop
Hey,
saying
King, here goes the question, King.
Well, good.
Does God give us tests through our lens, through our experience, for us to
Can't
defeat?
slam this guy right now.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Here, let me answer. All right.
Some more.
I'm sorry, someone got them on my
Some
phone.
more.
All right, brother, we got your COVID next.
Okay.
I'm not
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you this. When you pass the test, when you pass the it's my goal. Yo, it's my
Yes, nigga, I'm supposed to let
There's
everyone know.
no cue. Yo, it's
Yeah,
my
where's the
goal.
cue?
There's no fucking cue.
You
It's
put
my
it
fucking
on
make the
the
most
cue.
powerful voice want to stand out. I'm fucking out of here.
So now you want to disrespect
Yo, all of a sudden, no cue, bro.
Yes, nigga, there's a cue. You're not listening.
Why? Who said there's a cue?
Jacoby said, oh my God, he didn't even
Who
hear
said that?
Jacoby said,
There's
I
no
am.
cue.
Jacoby said, I am. Bro, 5 minutes ago, Jacoby said, Jacoby said, cue.
Jacoby says it initiate the cue.
So that's the
You know how stupid that was?
No.
That is exactly how it works.
No, it's not, bro.
We don't always see who's next after
No,
who.
only the green bean people say there's a cue.
But
What's the difference when you say that there is no cue? If our voices are equal, and I say no.
He has a point.
shut up, point this out. That every day God places in front of us that we accomplish. In no way or form will we ever say that we have defeated God.
So, Mike, you agree with that? Mike, you agree with that? You agree with that statement?
Look.
You know what?
Yes, I do.
It sounds like
So, King, here's the point. The point is not that there's no contention with the idea
I would win, right?
that no, you don't. You lose.
You disagree with me.
You lose badly.
The
point is this: there's no contention in the sense of are there tests?
Let me show some decorum.
Are there tests? The statement is this, King: if you pass a test, does that mean that someone can say I defeated God?
No.
Right? So when the guy was going to kill his son and he went through it and God said no, if he came back and said, God said we defeated him, is that more accurate or is it I passed the test from God?
Look at it.
Which one? Thank you. If I said I defeated God, if I said I defeated God, would I be accurate or inaccurate?
No, you're a liar.
You're a liar. I'll say that again, a liar. Keep. Let's be charitable. Let's be charitable. Let's be charitable. Let's be charitable. You could just say, hey, look, buddy, Mike, they misspoke. And I'll say, okay, you misspoke.
You hear that?
No, that's what you need to say.
No, he's saying that's
you
what
need to say that. You know why? I'll tell you why. Because, King, now listen to this.
Come on, bro.
King, listen to this. Remember when he tried to say, hey, look, if I told my kid not to go. King, remember when he said, if I told my kid not to go to the door, and I said, okay, they defeat you, what did he say, King?
He said no.
Okay, and I said, okay, he specifically said they defeated the
King doesn't even know what we're talking about, bro.
I know, that's the you see how disrespectful that is? And he's repeating what he said.
What are we talking about?
This is what a disingenuous person is. You understand.
What part of time mode are we talking about, King?
I'm not challenging the past, the fact that there are going to be tasks set in front of you. I'm not challenging that there's going to be challenges. I think this
narrowly views everybody else,
right? When these fail, it's not that
sometimes you're gonna laugh at the judgment.
Before God defeated you.
Let him prove the point, Mike. Small.
Bro, he's mad.
No, I already have.
We know what it is.
You know. You know who proved the point, King? He proved it. The clarifying question is, if they defeat you, what did he say? He said no. Exactly. And then I said, okay. And he actually, did he say they defeated the task? Did he specify that?
If they defeated the task,
remember he said, yeah,
they completed it.
Yeah. Okay, so perfect. So what you had is Samoa speaking with
this guy doesn't know,
right, as he usually does, and except for the time now, right? And then when I clarified, okay, so he's like, no, you have to be charitable. I don't have to be charitable, bro. I don't have to be charitable. These are the alleged chosen ones. These are the ones that are supposed to teach everybody about the word. These are the chosen ones. How do they act?
We don't know what they're doing. Hey, King, get your boy, man.
Get out of here, bro.
What's wrong with this little dude, bro?
Makes sense, dog.
Simone, why are you doing this, bro? Why are you doing this?
You know why?
Why?
You're the one that cut the he's right. Mike's right.
Why are you allowing the coach?
Nigga, you want to put the money in play?
Everything Mike said is fucking true. He $1.
Not consistent. Hold on, bro. Not consistent with what's in the Talmud. We're talking specifically about
even within the Talmud. Internally, the Jews lie and go around saying they fucking defeated their Hashem. That is fucking disgraceful.
Oh my gosh, bro.
So where they're wrong. I found a Bible verse that actually.
We'll line that up, but let's hear what Jacoby got.
Like, your name Jacob means rightful Twitter right now. Lucky I innovated fast, so I'm good. But you raised my fucking blood pressure.
Bro, you and I line this up.
You're not the one being cool.
That is true, but this is not as basic as you think that this is.
It is. Hey, watch what Jacoby says right here.
Oh, yeah, let's watch. No, you mean listen. See?
Oh, my God, figuratively. Oh, my God. Figuratively. I swear this nigga. Bro, come on, man. I'm telling you, bro, desperate. All right, go ahead, Jim.
Did you just say disparity?
Of course. A disparity, a
Thank you, bro. Can you move the next person down? That's
30 seconds on one.
No, we don't move anybody after that.
Don't interrupt Jacobus. I got you, Allison.
Alright, thank you. So I'm gonna say 3 things, and this is the first one. Father God, I know there's a lot of people in here who have a lot of passion. Can you move Tim down, please? Because I was praying, and I don't know what type of believer ever do something like that. So, Father God, I know a lot of people in here have a lot of passions, and they have a lot of spirit, we'll call it. And they're not used to being patient and controlling themselves. So in order for them to learn and understand, as I did with Mike yesterday, brought him in a private room and taught him one-on-one, brought him through the scriptures like Paul said to do. And he learned. And now he has a passion, and I'm proud of it. And I'm confident he's going to narrow down, and he's going to be a sniper. A sniper for a couple sell down. See? Yeah, I was a cat. So, yeah. So let me start off with if I was to ask King right now, what are we talking about? He's not gonna know. Ask him what part of the time. Can you move him? He's not gonna know. Understand what part of the time we're speaking of. And that's not his fault. Because his passions didn't allow him to be patient enough to listen and see what's going on. Now, I'm gonna give y'all the lesson I gave Mike. It is written in our oral law, Rabbi Eliezer wanted to prove that this stove was ritually pure and clean. According to us Jews, the stone is always clean. Sand too. And he said if you break this oven, separate the pieces with sand that's broken, it will be pure forever. The majority of rabbis said, nigga, you wrong. You're wrong because all of us say you're wrong. And it is written, they circled around him like a viper with litigations in their arguments. So after he defeated them with the scriptures, he started doing miracles. He said, I can make this tree go from here to there. Just like Jesus said, if you have faith of a mustard seed, you can make this mulberry tree go from here to there. And he did that. And they looked at him and said, we don't get our teachings and proofs from trees. Then he made a river go from here to there. And he said, we don't get our teachings and proofs from trees. Then he began to make the wall shake, and people almost died. And Rabbi Yehoshua got up, which is like Jesus' name, got up and was like, yo, wait, nobody needs to die here. And that's when he argued with the wall and said, yo, we don't get our teachings from walls. Next thing you know, a voice from heaven comes out and says, why are you arguing with my rabbi? He is always right. The law is just like him. Rabbi Yeshua gets up on his feet and says, look, the Torah came down from Mount Sinai and it's here with us. It's not in heaven. Now, someone asked the prophet Elijah, what did God do with this eye? And he said, God smiled and said, my sons defeated me. My sons defeated. So the majority of rabbis right after that took all their money and burned everything that this nigga Rabbi Eliezer said was pure. And then as Rick did that, all the people started starving. The dough burnt ends. Everywhere that Eliezer looked, all the crops began to burn. Then they went to excommunicate him. And when they went to excommunicate him, they told him he wept. But that's not the end of the story. In another section called Toledo Jeshua, where it talks about Jesus, he's the only rabbi that ever liked his teaching. And because of it, he got arrested and he was rebuked. So the whole argument here is the Talmudic teaching. And I'm saying, King, you will remember that story with Jacob wrestling with the angel. And if I'm not quoting you wrong, I would agree with you if you would say that was Jesus. And Jesus broke that nigga hip. But he blessed him. But he broke his hip, showing that he could not defeat God. But in this story, it is saying God defeated me. My children defeated me in a litigation, in a debate. This is different. Testament is saying, even if we hear voices from heaven,
That's retarded, bro.
it
It's
ain't
not
finished.
there.
It's
It's
finished.
done.
It's done
right there.
Let me finish. It's saying, even if we hear voices in heaven, even if a nigga do miracles, that doesn't mean you should go against Torah. We got our Torah from our sages. And our sages got it from the prophets and the kings. And the prophet from the kings got it from the judges and the woman, Deborah. And then they got it from Joshua and Moses. So all they arguing basically is saying, look, we get our Torah, and you can't say nothing unless it's in Torah. And because the majority of us say so, you are wrong. This is the whole argument. Now, whether Mike and Samoa are correct, you both are correct. And you need to be calm, listen to each other, and do what the rabbis did in the Talmud and have discussions.
Nigga, don't say that nigga is right. He's
Are you
wrong.
saying, wait, real quick,
What the-
before I go this, I'm asking, are you saying that you're trying to appeal to the consensus of experts while they disagree? Or not?
No, you appeal to the Torah. The
This is
Torah.
what we discuss in peace, bro.
Am
You
I
only
wrong?
appeal to the
I'll just
Torah.
ask one more. Samoa, again, in line. I'm asking
You all, I got you all in there, so to make the move. So it's on Alessandro. Ashley wants to read from it, and then it's on Liminal King, Mike, and Samoa Top, guys.
All I'm asking for, like, with clarity, Jacobus,
I'm sorry, Don, can you put
Are
me
you saying-
before Mike? Just put me before Mike.
are you saying, Jacobus, that, like, you're going with the Torah and the consensus among most experts in that field? And, like, they're pushing back against it, Jacobus? Is that what's happening right now?
No, what we're talking about is within the story, the consensus is the majority, whatever the majority say is the rule. And someone is God speak from heaven, doing miracles, and they quoting the Torah good, and they're saying because the majority say so, you're wrong. Even God is wrong, majority say so, because God said so in Exodus. He said by the majority.
All
So
right.
it's going by Torah.
Y'all talking about some deep interpretation of scripture that maybe I missed what's up. I feel like all that I was. I mean, what if we're talking about?
Add me to the queue, dog.
If we're talking about the attributes of God and God being right and wrong and all of this shit, I mean, like, all that any of you will produce to reference regarding the attributes of God are ancient scrolls written by Arabs in the Middle East. You'll go and you'll find some ancient scroll and you'll be like, some dude who lived in the desert 8,000 years ago wrote down this shit. It must be true, right? And so I think, like, when we have these conversations about, like, the attributes of God, I think that most people are not thinking deep enough to even question how do we determine these attributes. Also, and that's evident when you're like, well, God is all-knowing. That's why he told this dude to kill his son, so that he could find out if he would really do it. God should already know whether or not he was with his son. God should already know what his choices are. God knows all the shit that will. So these little test scenarios to figure out what people think. Why is God giving tests if he already knows the outcome? Right? I think I don't know. Like this, like a lot of this shit really just
It was a debate.
down to like. Maybe I'm talking about something completely different. Y'all are talking about
it is.
but I'm just like the whole shit.
But speak
The
your
whole
truth.
boils down to like we're just discussing ancient texts from the.
Yeah, but so look, it's not like whether it's accurate or not. It's like, look, if we accept these things to be the case, let's analyze it under the context. Like, let's you and I, for example, talk about Superman, right? And I'm saying that, kryptonite fuck with him, right?
Internal critique, I feel you.
It's more like
It's internal.
yeah, but you see what I mean? So to me, it's like, I'm just saying, look, as far as my assessment, as far as my understanding, which I said can be the factor of limitations of things, you have the chosen ones, which means, generally speaking, they're the ones that are able to kind of like swerve it. And then you have these attributes of the God, the omnis, the alls. And then there's this discussion that apparently took place. And then they come back and say that God was smiling and said, my children have defeated me. I'm like, that's weird.
That's your
And the reason why is because I can understand if there's tests, there's challenges and all that. And you can say I passed the challenge, I passed the test, I passed the task. But the come back and
Can
say,
God be defeated? Yeah.
yeah, that's
a real question.
That's what I'm saying.
It bothers you though.
But I think it does make sense because for God to be defeated, I think this is where I feel where Mike's coming from. It's like that would entail that God failed to achieve a goal.
Correct.
Right? If he was defeated. Now, if God is almighty and all powerful, he cannot fail, which means he did.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head.
And what they're saying is this.
If
What
they
they're
have
saying
to
is,
be
what
proper.
they're saying is this. Oh, Sandro, hey, have you ever let your kids win? Right? And then it's like, yeah, I understand that analogy, but like, first off, you actually want if you let them win, meaning like you what you wanted. But even in that sense, like I think Samoa tried to run it. He's like, yeah, I told my kid not to open the door. They passed. They defeated the tasks. I said, did it defeat you? He said, no. I said, exactly. So the thing is that like, I don't know. It's like you could say the game thing. To me, that's still inconsistent from my understanding, which is limited, right?
So I would say that if you believe, excuse me.
No, we got a queue, man.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was next in the
Well,
queue.
you wasn't. I'm after you, Dominic. Ain't no way.
Mike just got done talking. Someone respond to this.
You can't read.
I haven't gone, Dominic.
No.
And I made it.
Dog, you posted it. I'm reading it right now. What you talking about?
That nigga got neckitis.
So did Ashley go? Did Liminal go?
No.
Did King go?
Mike and Samoa just got done talking. What are we talking
No,
about?
they didn't.
That was my
Wow.
I was talking to Alessandro.
Your voice is.
We are in the beginning of the queue.
Sorry, it was Mike. It was Mike. Sorry.
Yo, Dominic.
Yeah,
you
okay.
fucked up, man.
I just won't ask questions. I'll stick to the I appreciate the clarity.
Shut the fuck up, Dominic.
I
Not too much. Not too much.
No worries. We still love you, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna fuck you up, Dominic.
Yo, why you do that?
All right, one
What
mic
the
on
fuck
Ashley.
was that?
Yeah, honey, thanks. Ash, go ahead.
Yeah, I was actually looking at the exact word because I found there's a lot of stuff like in the Bible and I'm sure in the Torah as well. I haven't studied the Torah that it gets kind of misconstrued in translation. The full phrase, I cannot pronounce any of these words, but it's Nitzchuni. I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but it has different meanings. Triumph and victory, it means like God is bested or triumphed over by the stage's legal reasoning. Another one would be for eternity. There's a word that's very close to that. It's pretty much almost the same. It has the same root word for eternity. So some people that are debating this exact story, it's saying that like my children have made me eternal. So that means that they're taking ownership of the Torah and applying it to their lives. So it's pretty much God saying, hey, they didn't even listen to me. They're listening to the word I gave them. And then validation of truth. And the last meaning of it, in this context, defeat is no sign of weakness. It's a divine validation. So God's saying it's validating that he's expressing joy that they were actually able to read and interpret the Torah for themselves and apply it to their lives, even if it disagrees with his direct voice. So it's kind of like where the Bible says, it was something like test the spirits type thing. And yeah, that's what I'm finding. But I'm not an expert. I really like learning about the like root words and like the different Hebrew words and things like that.
That was excellent, actually. I think that shed some light on the meaning. Does that help the argument at all? Does it help anyone understand the argument? I think it does. Who's next? Liminal.
Alright.
Yeah.
I would say good conversation for the
Wait,
most
why
part.
is he talking?
Be peaceful, King. Be peaceful. He needs it. I'm personally, I don't care for the topic per se, but I am looking at like some people may describe this. Some people may describe this as like me being meta,
but I feel like the duo of Psych and Samoa is something to observe. And the reason is that I feel like with that going back and forth that happened earlier, I feel like Samoa won, not on terms of like the topic or what he was talking about, but more so of like the engagement. And I don't think people are aware of the engagement. I think that Samoa brought up, again, I had made this point yesterday, that he came in with the engagement of bringing up a hypothetical. And I think once you engage from that point, you lost. He just drawed you in. Rather than responding to the hypothetical or the example he's giving, question what is his claim, what is his point before engaging with the hypothetical. Because when you engage with the hypothetical, you have a whole bunch of room for one to infer. And some people will use their instinctual common sense to elaborate on, you know, the reasoning behind whatever, right? And this is where he can move his claim wherever he wants to do. You know, you make your point, trying to, you know, go against his hypothetical, and then he can be like, no, that's not what I meant. You're wrong. And then to try to prove again your point, he would go, no, you're wrong. He will just continue to do that, right? And it's not a thing against Samoa, but that is a tack that one can really play to keep you going, and not really get to a point. It's just merely the excitement of going back and forth in the argument with no point. So I think if you observe that kind of cat and mouse play, it really is something to, you know, take in and try to implement in real life on like conversations you have with people. Is when you listen to them, kind of question, be like, you know what do you mean by that? What is your point? What are you trying to get to? Oh, you're using that hypothetical as an example to try to clear up what you mean, right? These are good ways to have like a good debate, or I don't know, a conversation to get to a point. But again, just watch and observe how people engage. And sometimes you won't just go down this path of trying to always prove, right? Because then you pull down this whole like loophole, or I wouldn't say loophole, but vortex to be specific, where you're in this place of trying to prove. And what are you trying to prove? Who are you trying to convince? Who are you trying to persuade, right? Is it the audience or your opposition? Right? So when people go down this path of continually trying to prove, they have to sit back and be like, okay, what am I really trying to do here? And I feel like some people get lost in that, where they're in this back and forth with the person, but, you know, they have the opposition that made the claim, but, you know, they're still like in this phase of, okay, I gotta prove myself. It doesn't matter who I'm trying to prove it to or persuade. I'm just stuck in this mode. So I just want to bring that forward as like awareness and not like a meta thing, but just be aware of that. And I think better conversations can be had when you start to question each other and get to a point. And I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Corby. Let's see. Real quick, I think it's on. Okay, it's on King, then Mike Samoa, and.
Yeah, some of y'all need to understand we have ChatGPT already. We don't need you to fucking guide us in having conversations. You don't even know what the fuck we're talking about. Some of you niggas are not fucking guides. You're not fucking tour guides for anybody. You're not fucking philosophy teachers. And we don't need you in your fucking dumbass commentary to have a fucking conversation. That's not to anybody specific. That's just to the, you know, to the rest of the world. Fuck you niggas. Now, in terms of this conversation, right? And look, I fuck with Jacobus, and y'all know I fuck with Samoa, you know, all that shit. But the reality is, Mike is correct in terms of, because remember, he was making a comparison. So take all the gods, all of them. Take our Christ, take their Hashem, take the Muslims and their low IQ Allah, right? Take the Buddhists and their Buddha, take the Hindus and all their 330 million fucking demon gods and demon mistress, right? take all of them together, and who is the weakest, I have to give it to him that he is correct. It is the Jews and their Talmudic Hashem, their Hashem representation of our actual God and the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. And so it is not just what you can find in the Talmud, because Jacobus did what the Muslims do with trying to portray their language of Arabic, and what Catholics do when trying to define their worship of Mary and Mariology using legalistic terms to try and make distinctions to cover up that they're essentially worshiping Mary. Oh no, we just venerate. Oh no, you don't know the Arabic. Oh no, you don't know the Talmud, right? It's the same tactic where they try to act like there's a legalistic speciality to understanding what is clear text or clear as day to the naked eye. And it is that Jews, just like the Catholics with Mary, and just like Muslims with their retard language of Arabic, each is trying to hide or obfuscate what anyone can see and clearly see. With a lot of Catholics, just like Knowledge pointed out, they're actually worshiping Mary over Jesus. Not all of them, I'm just saying, we can see that. With the Arabics, you don't need to read the Arab. With the Muslims, you don't need to read the Arabic to understand that all of the translations are showing you guys are low IQ barbarians from the 7th century. And respectfully, with the Jews, when it comes to their Hashem, the way that they are able to trick him, the way that they are able to defeat him, that is a weak God. That is a problem. I remember learning this years ago, learning these things, because it's not just the Talmud. The Jews have a culture. They have cultural practices where they are able to trick Hashem. Essentially, God gives them strict rule sets, and then they're able to do little things that essentially allows them to get around the rules, and Hashem is tricked. So Mike was just one aspect of it, but there's even more than just that. So I think we need to, and again, this is because what Samoa and Jacobus were really doing was trying to disprove the whole thing, which I think is a false error. What? Mike, that Hashem can be tricked or defeated.
I only read the story. I only
trying to make excuses for it. But still the approach was trying to either make an excuse and or obfuscate, like I said, just like the Muslims do with their Arabic, and just like the Catholics will do with their Mariology. And the reality is, Mike is correct in a comparative sense, bro. Mike is correct, Jacobus.
I never said Mike was wrong.
Okay, fair enough. So then I can accept that. Fair enough.
So that means wait, what the fuck you was talking about this whole time?
No, because so you can try to make it, Jacobus, like that's not what we were talking about, but you know what we were.
No, that's what y'all
were talking about. He was making a comparative of weakest gods, and he said that the Jews have the weakest God. And y'all jumped off the mic to say he was wrong, but he is right. When you look at how Hashem is easily tricked, when you look at how the Jews and their culture make it like they can defeat their God, Mike is correct.
When did I say Mike was wrong?
That's not what you were arguing?
When did I say Mike was wrong?
Okay, that's why I said, Jacobus, I'll take you out of it. It's just Samoa there. So if Samoa's the only one, if Samoa, yes, I was, bro. You're just trying to move yourself out of it. Fair enough. I'll let you. You see how I'm letting you win? Yeah, but you don't believe it. Now you're gonna go around saying I defeated Solomon. No, nigga, I'm letting you win. I'm letting you wiggle out of it. I'm letting you. You see how I'm letting you wiggle out of it? I'm letting you wiggle out of it. That's fine, you know. I have no problem with that. I'm just talking to Samoa now. So my thing is, Samoa, look, you're one of the best lawyers in here, right? You don't have to, you know how there's some cases you just don't have to take? Don't fucking take this case. Let Mike win on this. Hashem is a weak fucking god. I'm sorry.
Samoa is an attorney?
No. You know what I mean. It's just Samoa's good at defending positions that are not his. So he will defend a position. Like lawyers. You know how lawyers will take any case? Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, King, but you know you and I are talking about the same thing, right, King?
What do you mean in what sense?
Because he's done the end of the contract that I always clap.
Because I understand what you, me, and Mike agreed on. I understand that part. But Mike was making a different distinction of where you guys disagree. I understand where we agree. Because I even asked him, you agree with that statement, Small, and he said yes. So I understand that we agreed on that point. But it felt like you were arguing, what Jacoby is kind of now.
Tell him what the fuck I was saying. Tell him all I did was pray and read, stay the fucking passage. And that's it. That's all it did.
We all agree that you cannot defeat God, right, Simone? We all agree that you cannot defeat God.
Yeah.
Even when you pass a test, that is not defeating God, right?
Yeah.
You, me, and Mike agreed on that. And now Jacobus is saying yes, too.
No, King. All I'm saying was in the story, it was a debate, not a test, or what's the other word they said? A debate, a test, or a trial. It was a debate, and all I said was what happened. What happened was God said they defeated him, and he smiled. All I was doing the whole time was praying and trying to tell y'all the whole story, because Mike didn't want me to tell you the whole story because he said it was too wordy. Never said Mike was wrong. Remember, I said at the end of my thing was, I said, King Solomon, when Jacob was wrestling the angel, you might agree that could have been Jesus.
Yeah, you know that's Christ.
Right. And he broke his hip, showing that he could not beat.
Yeah, that he couldn't be defeated, yes.
Right. So when I'm telling you the story, I'm not saying I believe what happened. I'm telling you this is what the story says, word for word. So when I never said Mike was wrong. Me and Mike agreed. I took Mike in a room to teach Mike this. So I'm not saying Mike is wrong. Mike is telling you what the fuck I told him. I'm saying, Mike, tell him the whole story so he can learn how you learn. And Mike is like, no. Remember, Mike is too fast. He don't want to read that whole passage that I read to him. It took a whole hour. He don't want to go through that. That shit was torment to him.
Oh, and speaking of that, I don't think Mike will. If Mike was to seriously convert, he would have to have an esoteric experience. If Mike saw the esoteric side of Christianity, I actually do think that he would actually convert if he saw it.
Mike converted. He converted 2 days ago. He got baptized.
Okay, guys, listen. Real quick. So Samoa missed, and Ashley wants to jump in real quick before, because then it goes to, after you, King, goes to Mike, and then Samoa.
I don't think Mike's
and then
here.
on, right? I know Mike's not here, but he heard this, but Samoa didn't, and Ashley wanted to say something, but I want her to read again what the meaning was. Go ahead, Ab.
Oh, wait, I closed it out. Hang on. It's in the chat. I'll have to scroll up. The word has different meanings, but I'll have to scroll up and find it. The first part of the word that was actually in there, if I can find it, I just posted it too.
Hit the back button in your history of your internet browser.
I don't have it up.
Yeah, I did.
I had to close everything out because Clubhouse glitched on me. But the first part, here it is. Usually it was translated, the first part of the word was translated as forever or eternity, and then victory. And then the other part, I don't know if the other part was as important. I mean, like to the choir or something like that when it comes to the Bible. But I think words like King, that's something me and you will disagree on, because I think actual Hebrew words and things like that are very important when you're actually digging into the Bible and when you're actually trying to learn the Bible, because I think things get lost in translation very, very easily. And if you don't break it out in word for word in the original text, sometimes it can get lost in translation.
You don't think that that's hermeneutics? You don't think that?
Yeah. But That is just that one statement you made, like when we were talking, or when you first started talking. Yeah, I think that's very. No, not Arabic. It would be. I think that was. It was.
The original text is important.
Just the statement you made earlier that we didn't need to go to the original words and things. You said that people in those lyrics don't remember the exact phrasing right now. Yeah.
And so that's only. I say just to clarify for you. So I'm only speaking when the Muslims try to make it like only the Arabic can give the true meaning of and correctly interpret from one language to another. I don't like anybody who argues that only God speaks in one language. That is not true. So that's what I was referring to. Not that the original language isn't good or no, of course. But anyone who tries to make it like, oh, if you don't read this in this language, you can't get the meaning. That's just another supremacist argument. And I don't think that that's okay, because God doesn't say that only this one language is the only language I speak in, which is crazy to me. So just so you understand, that's my view.
That was
So the word is Netzach, right? And it's translated to forever, eternity, or victory. So it's not actually God being defeated. She read it out. It's like a victory, and his children are actually, he sees them reading on their own, and that's a victory for him, right? Is that what you're saying, Ashley?
I got some I'll put it in kind of like an analogy. It would be like if I gave my kids rules, and then I came and I kind of refuted one of the rules, and then they went back to the original rule I gave them and actually debated it out. And I think it was the way I read it, like when I was reading through it, was more of a pride thing versus oh my goodness, my creation has completely defeated me. I'm useless type thing.
Ashley got it.
I'm proud of it. Yeah. That's how I read it.
You hear, bro?
I'm here. What'd she say, though? That's so different.
Hey, what happens when somebody asks you, King, if God came and told you that you have to interact with a 4-year-old in the most exploitive way, you would say this God, or this is not a part of God's what?
Plan? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, you would deny this. Like you would deny that this is the authentic God, right?
If I had to interact with a 4-year-old?
Yeah, in the PDF way.
Oh hell no! What, nigga? What?
Yeah, you would say what? You would say the voice.
That's sick. That's
not too far off.
Just hold on. All right, so then you would say that the voice that I'm hearing right now,
it's not enough.
Goes against God's nature. So you have a standard of God. Okay, cool. So now that we established that you have a standard of God's nature, and no miracle or no type of wielding would allow you to move position, these Jews are saying our standards for that is wrong. Because God gave us this. Yeah, so God gave us this book here. And God said, hey, this is what it is. So imagine a voice or a rabbi tells you, hey, you can kill now. You don't have to listen to the sixth commandment. You would say, no, that's not right. No matter what they tell you, right? Of course. All right, and then God would be happy with you. He would say, oh, good. He defeated my challenge with all of these tests that he just placed in front of you to move away from your standard of what God's nature really is. Okay. Right. What Site's saying is, no, this is a defeat of God. God said I don't think that's what he said. Well, then how can you get there by saying they have a weak God? Yeah, because God is hindered from overriding them. He's carried. He's comparing to God, our God. That's the funny. He's comparing our Christ in the Old and New Testament to the Jews and their Hashem in
the Talmud and culture, and then all the other guys like Allah, you know. And he's saying, when I look at all of them and what they're and how each God interacts with his creation, the Jews have the weakest because the creation is able to defeat or overcome or actually defeat, not just metaphorically defeat, actually defeat their Hashem. And I even pointed out other things that they're able to do, like trick him and some other stuff, which he did point out.
All right, so we're gonna.
I know that's what he was alluding
All right,
to.
so let me just point this out. So this is why I'm saying you and I have come up to different things. Like you're having this is right, this is wrong thing, and I'm saying I'm just being charitable to the position without attributing it wrong to show that he's taking what's being said in the Talmud out of context.
Out of context.
All right.
How is it out of context?
Each case.
Don't do that. I was talking about.
I don't understand like why these peons can't just stay in your position, peon, bro. If be a young one, shut up. Damn, bro.
That's what they do. News.
Hey,
You know,
listen. I mean, it took Ashley. Just hold on real quick, bro. Yeah, it took Ashley, right? Yeah, so it took Ashley and other people to say, hey, by the Talmud saying that God is smiling, it means that God is pleased. What he's doing is removing them and saying that he's actually contained, that God is like restricted to override the quote-unquote Torah. Every example that we've given is, hey, God has placed tests in front of you, you've overcome the test, and for that you stay into your standards.
No, I understand that interpretation. I understand. Because you're not being honest that other Jews.
No.
Opinions back and forth. Jews will say they defeated their God.
All right, so I'm going to point
like there's some consensus. That's not true.
All right, so I'm going to point this out again, bro. We're only speaking is he charitable to the position of this Talmud 59?
Charitability is not a necessary.
No, hold on. No, charitability to characterize a person's position is absolutely a necessary thing. If you're saying
you don't have to necessarily use a charitable. You don't have to.
So think about that.
Okay, I've thought about it. Especially when comparing gods. You don't have to be charitable. As long as you're consistent to everybody.
Whoa, hold on. Charitable.
No, consistency is not charitability.
Consistency is absolutely charitability.
No, it's not. Consistency is just the standard by which you would operate if you're going to compare. Then being consistent across the board doesn't necessitate the charitability, because you can be consistently brutal and take the worst type of interpretation for each God, as long as you're doing it to everyone in the same way. So you don't have to be charitable. You don't.
All right. So what I'm saying is, to be charitable, I don't know why you're doing this, but you know, look at this. Just saying, to be charitable is to represent a person's position in its strongest form, not to nitpick around it to make it weaker to attack. That seems to fit into a definition that you and I are very aware of. I'm saying that if you are going to address this story, this specific story, regardless on what position, truth, or false claim you're going to attribute to whatever side this is, we do have to represent both sides as what they are. If we're going to be honest.
Yeah, I understand that. I just disagree that that's charitability. I just think that that's being consistent and having a standard that has integrity, where you're not, being charitable here, but you're being brutal here. I just think that that's more consistency than actual charitability. So, but even with that, because again, you can be consistently brutal across the board. So like, well, your Jesus was a faggot, all that dumb shit that these heretics love to say. But then with Allah, you say, no, he's a low IQ, he's a, as long as you're doing that across the board, and you come from that and you say, well, I looked across the board, I was brutal to everyone, and with all that, I'm going to, Hashem is the weakest. Like, if As long as he's doing that, then that's, I don't think that.
Yeah, that's why we asked him, like, what do you mean by that, right? And what he's pointing out is exactly what we're pointing out. So we know we're on the same page here. I'm saying that the argument is that no, this God has created the standard of his nature. Or no matter, like this is in Deuteronomy, this is in Exodus, no matter what trickery, no matter what is placed in front of you, you default to the standard. And what he's saying, this standard is actually a containment, a constraint on God's true power. And I'm like, God, even Christians believe that. So if God said this is what it is, and we won't change it.
No, that doesn't change. That's true. However, God can. So how do I put it? God can't give it certain conditions. So if you're a Calvinist, obviously Calvinists don't believe that. But if you're someone like me or the homie Incan, where we're more, I'm more a Molinist, so I believe God has counterfactual knowledge about what people would do in certain situations. So with those models, God can temporally, within time, right?
I agree with you. Okay, cool. The conclusion stays the same. Like if there's a prophecy that this is going to happen, the means on how you get there could appear to be changing around because your lack of knowledge, but the conclusion will always be the end of the prophecy. Like you can agree there.
So God does have, you're right. That's why he has the knowledge of all possibilities of even changing, all of that. So ultimately, yes, I agree that he's not really, in the ultimate sense, changing his mind, but temporally, from our perspective, it looks like that. But ultimately, that's not the case. So.
Yeah, it's my vote. And
I was actually going to get a floor to you because I wanted to hear your name.
You don't give me shit. You don't give me shit.
I gave the floor to you to go.
You don't give me shit.
You don't get the floor to nobody because we still got a queue.
Yeah, Dominic left.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Jacobus and then Alessandro after Jacobus.
Alright, so good looking line. I'll say this shit. How you call it? I had to look it up for her because I knew she was bullshitting. So the word that's used is called nishuni. And in 100% of the contents of Arabic. What is that? What is that? I can't hear you.
You got told that you were wrong because you don't understand the root words and the.
So now I'm going to read it to you so you know. So in the original Aramaic text of the Bava Metzia 59b, the word nishuni is used as a verb meaning to win a debate or to defeat. The standard translation, including the William Davidson edition of the Safaria, translated it as, "My children have triumphed over me. My children have bested me." The story describes a legal conflict with the sages, overruled, right? Now, in the poetic layer, if you wanted to use homiletics, you would use a certain wordplay, which the Vilya Gaon did in the Sheila Hakadosh. And he argued that God, in short term, the sages made the Torah eternal and exact because they proved it could be interpreted by humans to fit every future era. So what she's using is an alternative definition that was later given from a certain person, and it is a poetic meaning of what everybody understands to mean a victory or defeat. If anyone wanted to, they could go to Google right now, ChatGPT, and ask it, what is the percentage of what this word means? And it will tell you 100% it means defeat or to have a victory over. Now, if you was to ask what's the word Nexat used, it's not being used. It's a different word. It just has the same root word. So if you want to be poetic and use the root word instead of the actual word, you will get a different meaning from the actual context. And this is why I wanted to do this before, but Mike wanted to make me take my time. So let's start it off like this. They told
you take your time. What are you talking about? What are you all beating over
Like you act like I'm cutting someone off. Cut myself off. It's my
Well, I understand, but how long is this going to take?
I know, Donna, it's my no. Why are you doing this? You're moderator. So as I'm saying,
I'm a moderator. I'm telling you.
I know it's my goal. So let me finish.
I know.
So, yeah, I know. You take a mix of my time. You're just doing this for what? So
Can you speed it up just a little bit?
So they
Thank
told
you
me
very
it's my
much.
goal.
Thank you, Kitover. I love you.
It's my goal. So
I love you.
yeah, whatever. So they taught in the Kitover 510. They cut ring in the oven and they put sand between each ring. Rabbi Eliezer Harkanos declared it was ritually pure and the sages declared impure. Rabbi Eliezer held the rebuilt oven, unlike a hole, is not susceptible to ritual impurity. This is the oven of Achaia. What is Achaia? That they surrounded it with words of debate, like an Achaia snake. They declared it impure. On that day, Rabbi Eliezer answered all the earth, and they did not accept it from him. He said, if the law is as a carob tree, will move and prove it. The carob tree moved 100 amma from its place, some say 400. They said, we do not bring proof from a carob tree. He returned and said, if the law is as I say, the water channel flowed in reverse direction. They said, we do not bring from a water channel. He returned and said, if the law is as I say, the walls of the house of study will prove it. They inclined to fall, but rebuked them, saying, if scholars argue, what business is it of yours? They did not fall because of the honor of Rabbi Yehoshua. They did not straighten because of the honor of Rabbi Eliezer. They still inclined and stand. Rabbi Eliezer returned and said, if the law is as I say from heaven, they will prove it. A heavenly voice came out and said, what have you with Rabbi Eliezer, who the law is like him? Rabbi Yehoshua stood on his feet and said, the Torah is not in heaven. Rayah stood up and said that the Torah was already given at Sinai. We do not pay attention to heavenly voices, since you already wrote at Sinai in the Torah after the majority inclined. Rabbi Nathan met the prophet Elijah and said to him, what did the Holy One, blessed be he, do in that hour? He said to him, he smiled and said, my sons defeated me. My sons defeated me. On that day, they burned all the pure things Rabbi Eliezer declared pure. They voted upon him and excommunicated him. They asked him who would go before him. Rabbi Akiva said, I will go, lest the improper person before him, and all the earth will be destroyed. What did Rabbi Akiva do? He dressed in black and sat before him a distance of 4 more. Rabbi Eliezer said, Akiva, what is this today of all days? He said, my master, it appears to me your friends distance themselves from you. Rabbi Eliezer tore his clothes, removed his shoes, and sat on the ground, and his eyes flowed with tears. What's the next part? The earth was stricken, and a dirt in olives, a dirty wheat, and a dirt in barley. Some say even though in a woman's hand spoil you. Great was that day that every place Rabbi Eliezer put his eyes on was burned. And even Rabbi Gamaliel on a ship, a wave stood upon him and drowned him. He said, it appears to me only because Rabbi Eliezer, being Hakanos, he stood on his feet and said, Master of the world, it is revealed and known before you. Not for my honor I did this, but for the honor of my father's house, but for your honor that controversies not multiply in Israel. The seed rested in its anger. Ima Shalom, wife of Rabbi Eliezer, was Gamaliel's sister. From then she did not allow Rabbi Eliezer to fall on his face in prayer. One day the new moon became miscalculated on her behalf. And some say a poem came and stood at the gate. She brought out bread to him. She found Rabbi Eliezer praying on his knees. Get up, you have killed my brother. Meanwhile, the ram horns blasted went out from Gamaliel's house that he died. Rabbi Eliezer asked, how did you know? She said, so I have received a tradition from the house of my father. All gates are closed with the gates of oppression. So even in the translation, it says, he has defeated me, he has defeated me. And all I'm saying is her version of this meaning is an alternative meaning, which is later on given in a poetic manner where they don't even use the words used, they use the root words to tell a story. It's an interpretation when you use homiletics, it's a preaching tactic. So actually try to preach to you. And God is forbidding women to do that. Cursed be her for preaching another gospel.
Alright, so next I'll be real quick, dog. I mean, real quick, I feel like Ashley, I appreciate the way that you engaged. Ultimately, the best way to, I feel like, push back against whatever is being said is to dispute the meaning of the word. And I think you successfully did that, right? Jacobus, like, I'm sure that what you said probably makes
That
sense.
word is not used though, bro.
But all I'm saying is like, dog, like you talk for 9 years and you usually are saying bullshit. So when you're giving a lecture,
So you're not attacking
all I'm saying is like, bro,
okay.
Jacobus.
Nobody interrupts you. No one interrupts you, Jacobus.
Yeah, because I'm not a bitch like you, man.
All I'm saying is like, dog, like Jacobus. You are Jacobus. So just understand. If you talk for 15 minutes, nobody is listening. You are Jacobus. Don't know if the shit that you say made sense.
No, it's you that wasn't listening. That's
okay, good.
Let him go. Let him go. Let him go.
You was listening.
Jacobus, let him go.
I don't give a fuck.
It's my topic anyway.
Bro, like,
Go ahead, put him down, sis.
Speaking words of wisdom.
and it's no disrespect to you, bro. I'm just being so friendly because, like,
They
bro,
say
like, come on,
everything
dog.
I was
Like,
doing.
you do have to do it. Honestly, it's not gonna let me.
Yo, let him finish, bro.
I didn't interrupt you. Didn't say shit. Stayed quiet for 30 minutes.
Nah, fuck that.
Shit.
Fuck that.
Nobody was
to the
listening.
goo. I don't give a fuck, nigga.
Okay, so I mean,
This conversation was
Just for the record, I listen to you, Jacobus. I listen to you. At the end of the day, I agree with Keith. He's my Christian brother. But I do listen to Jacobus.
why do y'all?
Let him go.
Whenever
Don't
I talk,
interrupt him.
it's like, goddamn. So like, all I'm saying is like, yeah,
Ain't nobody
like,
listening to you.
cool, you're good.
And you
That's
was
your line, Jacobus. That's it.
So Jacobus,
That's
the
it.
problem is that you are listening and you're triggered. When you talk, everyone just starts fucking around on apps and playing games. When I talk, you get triggered and come off the mic because you're fucking listening. Because I'm more interesting than you, right? So I mean, like, all that I'm saying.
You don't even believe that stupid
You were
shit.
probably cool. You're good, bro. You're
You
good.
don't even believe that stupid shit.
You were probably saying some interesting bullshit, maybe, but you're still Jacobus. So there's no fucking way I'm about to like listen to you talk for more than 30 seconds.
You spending your time
Like,
talking about me.
so what I'm saying is like, cool.
You spending your whole time.
Then you got
I hear you, bro. Like, yeah, bro. Jacobus, calm down. All I'm saying is,
No,
I feel
nigga.
like Ashley was able to translate.
Put him down.
I feel like
Put me down so you can end this conversation.
like
Nigga, it's that
Ashley-
simple.
I'm just pointing
It's
out,
that
right?
fucking
Like,
simple, nigga. The
bro, it's
fuck?
all good. It's all good. I'm just saying, I think, Ashley, I like the way that you engage. I feel like you were able to track the conversation and understand the point of contention is going to be, what do we make of this word defeat? Right? So, like, if you're engaging and you're saying, okay, well, did they even mean the word defeat? It reminds me of the word, like, serendipitous. In the English language, the word serendipitous is very hard to translate. It's very hard. If I was to say, okay, well, this was serendipitous, there's not even a word in many languages for that. So if you were to like translate serendipitous into another language, there would be some confusion. There would be some, you know what I mean? And so I think like that's kind of like
In Spanish, it's El Serendipitous.
right on El Serendipicito or something. I don't know. Let me stop being ignorant. I appreciate
That was a joke.
But you get what I'm saying? As you translate, sometimes you do encounter like issues that like, and I think Ashley was trying to bring that out. I think Jacobus was trying to push back, but obviously nobody's fucking listening. So
Could I offer a reading? An understanding?
Sure.
I
Is there a
this
queue?
passage.
I thought there was a queue.
Alessandro entered the queue. Go ahead, Caleb.
Alright.
I've studied this passage dozens and dozens of times, and one of the ways to understand defeated is they've outsmarted me.
Thank you. Stupid ass niggas in the fucking room.
And I think, but here's what that. But wait a second. Here's what that means in this context. God is kind of happy about it.
He's smiling.
God is like proud of the rabbis.
These niggas retarded.
He's smiling, right? There's something approving. Wait, Jacobus. There's something approving of this, that they used the gift of the Torah in this way, right? That they were clever, that they're smart. That's what I think is being said here. Yeah. That's how I would translate it. Yes. They're getting it from the word netzach. Netzach means eternity. It means eternity.
That's your Jewish brother, Jacoby.
Stop talking.
No.
Slap him in the back of his head. He's fucking short.
Don't let him talk about like you, Jacoby said that.
Anyway,
Look, it's a
yeah,
very
go ahead, man.
poetic.
Don't let Alessandro say that.
It's
Like, can you put me in the queue, Doc?
to translate as eternity is a very, very poetic way to go about it. It hides the meaning of the story if you translate it that way.
I just wanted to say that none of this has anything to do with the Torah at all. This is just between two bullshit ass artists going back and forth. They call themselves rabbis or people of great importance.
Go ahead, Samoa.
Yeah, it's the
Go
truth.
ahead,
Please,
Samoa.
stop commenting. You just simply don't.
No, we got you.
I'm after Samoa.
We have a queue, Lion.
To be fair though, I ended the queue in line.
Yes, now there's a queue. It's in the chat. It's in the chat.
I did ask one
Go
person.
ahead, Samoa.
It's just to be fair. Like, I don't know.
Crazy.
Go ahead, Samoa.
I'm after Samoa.
Yeah.
You said shut your ass up, Lion. Goddamn little bitty ass motherfucker.
That's a fact.
Always the little people. Yeah, like when you think about what Caleb said or Jacoby says, I think this is all kind of in line. Nobody believes that that there's this like idea that they're stronger than God. Or do you guys, or maybe I have that wrong, or anybody else, do you guys think you guys are reading this at the seven rabbis believe that they're stronger than God?
No, I think it's a story about the idea that consensus and authority trumps truth, right? Because Rabbi Eliezer is really correct. He actually does the miracles, right? But
wait, doesn't that kind of go against like the Torah when it says things like false prophets being able to perform these same miracles, voice that come to you and say, hey, the Torah isn't actually standard. It's something that you should be able to dismiss because of this thing that I'm saying to you now. And they say, no, hold on. The Torah was told to us that this is the standard. And regardless of voices or whatever this is, we're going to stand on the square that God gave us. So they're holding a standard to God.
I don't understand anything you just said.
That's fine.
Okay, I'm trying to tell you what the story is trying to convey. And I think what the story is trying to convey is the notion that authority and consensus and reason and using the Torah and trying your best to understand what the Torah means and then actualizing that has nothing to do, that process has nothing to do with the miracles that somebody can produce to prove that they're right. In other words, the idea that you can't prove it from the carob tree means that's outside of the realm of our system. We don't use that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think you just said what I said. Like they're using the Torah, Mount Sinai, rather, they're using this here, and it's their nature of God. This is God's nature. And all these other things.
Where do you think about God's nature in this passage?
Yeah, so like the full light of themselves, what they're standing on. What God has given them, Mount Sinai, like this is what God has given us. This is our standard. That's why it's mentioned multiple times. Yeah?
Again, I don't understand what you're saying. If you're
they're using the Torah to fight against what their eyes are seeing.
No, they're using the Torah. They're using the Torah to define their system of their.
To deny what their eyes are seeing.
It's not even part of the story that you're bringing up. The idea of denial That's not what the story is about. This is a complete.
So the story is not about how the Torah justifies their position?
No.
You're asking
What's the Yeah, so like in this in this Talmud, right? The seven people, you know, seven more. He still read on it. Look at read up on it.
I already called that this morning.
So let me just point this out.
I'm not defending you.
All right, so there's seven Pharisees, or not Pharisees, rabbis, right? That are surrounding this one rabbi, and this rabbi says, "Hey, this thing, I do this, I can do that," and he starts showing miracles. The rabbis counter him by saying, "No, the Torah was given to us. This is our standard. No matter what you do, you can't convince us off of the Torah." What Caleb just said is that's not actually what's in the story. That's what Caleb just said. I'm like, whoa. That's like, I just learned about this yesterday. Jacobus taught me. But I'm pretty sure I'm a pretty good listener. And I'm able to understand exactly like what the arguments were. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Jacobus?
I'm not defending you. No, he's gonna cry. Cry, you fucking airplane drop.
I was gonna be a gentleman. I was gonna be a real Christian. And I was gonna let you go because y'all were engaging in the conversation. I'm about to do a quick conversation change. But now you can burn. Nate, you there? Nathan.
The only answer is to Nay.
He's not there. Go ahead, Angry Jacob.
That fucking bus driver done?
Yeah, I'm done. You ain't pay your
Get off. Shut the fuck up now, Mongo. So, this is what I'm saying. What's going on? Why do they do this shit? Why do they do this on Mongo? Why do they do this weird shit on Mongo? Why do this weird? No, come on.
You had 15 goals already.
Dog, can you get this nigga?
I will put you in. You want me to put you in line?
Are you? Oh, now you want?
Whoa, Berkey, I see.
You asked to be put in. He started disrespecting them on stage, but he didn't clearly ask to be put in. So sit down.
Yeah, sit down, dog. Sit down.
Guys, I didn't say it was live.
Sit down, you fucking dog.
Well, you can say whatever you want, but I'm listening to people that be asked to put in and they didn't. And he didn't ask that. So I will respectfully put him in.
Sit your ass down. Yo, what is going? Every time it's a controversy. Look, now it's good. He can't control himself. He's going on it.
You guys are terrible.
Every time it's my goal. I'm gonna get mad when I spaz out.
Let him go, Jacobus, please, and then you can go right after.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Lion.
Let that fucking dog go.
Go ahead, Lion. Go ahead,
Go
Lion.
ahead, dog.
Go ahead and let the Cobras go for the 50.
No, because you started this whole thing. It's on you.
Go out to hell.
Go ahead. You started it all. Go ahead. Go ahead, cutie. Go ahead.
No.
You wanted to go. You brought it to light. Go ahead.
No, let that nigga go for 15 times.
I'm not going to argue this. It's on you. He already submitted. Go.
All right, so I just wanted to simply say that what you all are reading is not in the Torah at all. What you're actually reading is a conversation between two crooked-ass Babylonian Talmudists. And this is their concept, where they're basically trying to justify that they believe that they have outgrown their God, and now they are the God. They don't need to listen to the words of the Torah because they believe that they've outgrown the words of the Torah. So now they follow their Talmudic doctrine that they created. Namely, if you were a Sadducee, the one where it talks about how it's all right to have sex with children, especially Goyim children under a certain age, and you can do whatever the hell you want to Goyim. That book, that's the one that you're listening to. Nothing that you're going to read from this garbage will actually be found in the Torah. So these are two different concepts. And I hope everyone is really paying attention to what's being stated here. what the thing is getting at, so the reason why this is important, ladies and gentlemen, is because these are also the same fuckers that turn around and say that the Talmud is a commentary by their rabbinic Jews on the Torah, meaning they're getting their inspiration from the Torah. But as you can see, if you look up that phrase, that statement that was mentioned by Kitover when he read, you won't find none of that in the Torah. There is no oven, there is none of that shit. That shit was made up by these disgusting ass pieces of shit that Kitover worships day and night, in more ways than one. I'm pretty sure he had a boy up there when he was a little kid, and somebody, some old ass pervert, some old ass.
It's obvious this man does nothing about the top.
Some old ass.
Don't interrupt him. He's a Gentile.
Yeah, some old ass perverted ass white dude probably had his way with the COVID as a little boy too. It's all justified. I bet his mom just sat there and let it happen because it was part of this backward ass culture that these niggas developed in Babylon, by the way, not under the God. And anyone, if you have what I'm saying, if you disagree with what I'm saying, please, I implore any one of you Talmudic scholars, if you want to call yourself that, but you really aren't. I know that for a fact. I implore you to show me where we can find that particular phrase, which was, my children have defeated me. My children five Ba'amur Mitzvah, 59 fees in the Torah. That's my child. Great point. It's not there at all. But it does not. It's a lie. All right. So read, please read Deuteronomy. Go to it. That has nothing to do with what this state of eating or fasted by his own people. Show me that.
It's about look, fine. I've heard this critique before about this passage.
I'm going to agree with what I'm saying. Anyone, just pay attention. Why he's going out of way to move and squirmy about like they do, but what he's going to eventually do is agree with lions.
That's why I told you not to talk to him.
Just wait.
You stupid ass dude.
All right, hey God, show me the scripture. I'm not moving from this. Show me, it says Deuteronomy, and then show me the one next to it. Read it out loud, please. It has nothing to do with what we read in Baba Visions. It's not there.
I could probably recite Baba Mitzvah 59b in the original Aramaic to you.
That means nothing to me at all.
So,
Show me the connection between
Can we go to my go now, Dawn?
Wait, no, nigga, stop moving.
Dawn, like, come on. I can get my go for this extra shit, yo.
Take this ass whooping.
Dawn,
Get mad and take this ass
it's my go, Dawn. Dawn, it's my go.
What we're doing is reciting the
Dawn, it's my go, Dawn.
Their superiority over the God. This was actually my goal. You still haven't answered the question, and neither will he. What you're doing is reciting Talmudic garbage.
Dawn, he's forcing him to talk to him.
No, I'm going to do it.
are you finished? Are you finished?
Nigga, it's my goal, nigga.
Have you finished?
Go right ahead. I'm waiting.
So, Dawn, he said it's my goal, Dawn. You heard him?
Do you have an answer for him?
Nope.
Yeah. There is the when it says, Rabbi Yeshua says, since the Torah was given to the people, we don't listen to the heavenly voice. you should incline after the majority. The words, as it says, are from the Torah. They quote the Torah to the Torah, okay, to say,
Who's Yeshua?
it's a rabbi in like the 4th century.
4th century? 80?
Something like that. Yeah,
80?
something like that, yeah.
So when was this written?
The Talmud.
Question. No, you realize, so what you're doing is, you're not from the Torah, right? This is not mentioned in the Torah, the first 5 books of the Bible, ladies and gentlemen. This is their
Nobody said that it was.
Yeah,
Nobody said it was.
That was my point. My point is, these niggas is holding themselves up.
Lion, you don't understand all of your Is it possible for Lion to be
fucking heard one state, like without being fucking He can't even fucking make the point because y'all won't shut the fuck up.
Because
Jessica, you gotta be kidding. He's been talking nonstop.
It hurts. Like I say, I've been waiting on you to give an answer, but all you keep doing is running.
He's been talking nonstop.
All you keep doing is running. I asked you to show me in the Torah. Hey, Caleb, I'm gonna do it again. One last time. Show me in the. I know you wanna run because you ain't got an answer. You niggas are quoting the shit that goes against the Torah, ladies and gentlemen. It goes against your belief system. These are the niggas who think they hold themselves up as gods. And the very scripture that he had y'all read was justifying it. They don't need to listen to the words of God anymore. They outsmarted God. That's the reason for the scripture. They're saying that they have surpassed their God. That's what it means, sir. That's what they're saying.
What it means is that the Torah belongs to humanity to apply it and make it in our lives. We don't listen to God, not because we are kicking God out of the process, but because we believe that the Torah itself contains the wisdom that God wants us to know. And if we take that book seriously, then we are going to use it in all the different ways that Jews have used it, which is to apply it to our lives in every generation, in every place we've ever lived, under changing circumstances, changing politics, changing economy, changing culture. Okay? Lion, every point that you've said about the demonic and what the Talmud is and how it works, you would have out of any Introduction to Judaism class 101. You clearly misunderstand everything about the Talmud, and you're motivated by some kind of hate that you don't even understand yourself. So I'm happy to teach you what this passage means. I'm happy to give you stuff where there is consensus amongst Talmudic scholars, Jewish and non-Jewish, about what this text means in the rabbinic imagination. So I don't think you have a leg to stand on.
Sorry, so all you did was just say that.
Is Lion done now?
No. So
he answered it.
No, he didn't. He didn't answer anything.
Thank you. Lion, we're going to move on to Jacobus, please.
I'm next up, Jacob. You heard that?
You go ahead. What did you say?
I'm next up, Jacob.
This is my point.
And also thank you, Caleb.
And let me tell you, yes. So, me, I'm going to say it like this. As Caleb has stated earlier, it is understood by the majority to mean defeated. Right? That's the first part. Now, Lion is questioning whether we should use the oral law. I don't think he has a... Let's go back in history. Let's see where the oral is from. We have Moses telling us within the 5 books of Moses to observe and hear these laws. If you observe something, you read it. If you hear, you listen. So now you have the oral and the written law. Moses passes this down to Yehoshua. Yehoshua passes it down to the 12 judges and Deborah. They pass it down to the kings and the prophets. The last prophet Ezra passes it down to who? The 120 elders. The last 120th elder was Simon the Just. Passes it down to the 5 Zebulons. The last 2 pairs was Shemaiah. Now, this is where I separate Shemaiah and Hillel. If someone comes like Lion asking to learn Torah while standing on one leg, Hillel will teach him. Caleb will teach him. Jacobus will take a stick and beat the shit out of Lion. I do not give a fuck about him. I give a fuck about Torah. Now we go back to the story now. The story of the oven. It is a debate. The debate about what? Ritual purity. Someone like me is saying a stone is pure, for it comes from the earth, and Moses excluded from the rest of the ritually impure. Sand is also pure, upon the same notion. And he is saying, Rabbi Eliezer, whose name is also Lazarus, if you break this oven and separate those pieces with sand, it will be ritualistically pure. Now, the debate now, he wins this argument. It's very simple. The majority say he is wrong. And they say because the majority say you're wrong, you must be wrong. In order to prove them wrong, he shows signs and miracles. Even God speaks from heaven. Now, what they are saying very clearly is, no matter if God speaks to them, no matter if someone miracles something they never seen, it's the river, and walks it, and will not believe. Even if Moses told them in these scriptures, obey someone like me. And Moses even makes it easier and names his successor by that name, Rabbi Yehoshua. My argument is very clear for those who have an ear to hear. These people rejected the Messiah, just like they rejected Rabbi Eliezer, a.k.a. Lazarus.
Jacobus, thank you. Thanks, Lion.
Just take note before I get started that I did not interrupt this clown. Take note that neither one of these niggas actually answered the question. Also, take note all they did was just
kill the conversation.
Hey, pay attention. Who's coming off the mic now? All right. So ultimately, all these niggas did was basically said that all peer review of demonic worshipers would disagree with you lying. That's all it did. And then I could teach you. What would I need to learn from you that you don't even understand about your own literature? That's the craziest thing. In this guy's submission, he literally admitted it right then and there that there is no God higher than the
lying.
There is no God higher than these niggas that you hold and revere as somebody of great importance. Never ever were given any authority in any way whatsoever. Anyone could say that, hey, listen, I proclaimed, or somebody like Moses gave us authority. Moses didn't talk to the Jews, nigga. Moses was a lead. There was no Levitical priest. Judaism is a crash out. The whole purpose of Judaism today is to be this disgusting, perverted synagogue of Satan, which you have done beautifully. If your idea was to be the light of the world, you failed. You niggas are disgusting. And the world is starting to come to grips with that. And I can't wait till the Christians and the Arabs all align together and realize they've been played by you, people like you, and they all come and slaughter you motherfuckers wholesale. I can't wait.
Wait, Jacobus is Jewish?
He's a fake Jew like you, yes.
You mean a real Jew?
He's a,
Wait, no, you didn't know that?
No, I had no idea.
Yeah, I just hope
of course you did, because all the disgusting shit that he says.
Yo, Mike, this nigga killed the conversation.
All right, so I can't wait. I can't wait till the Muslim.
Nigga made everybody leave. That was
Hey, Don.
I guess the key of priest is a little
Hey, Mama, Don, where you at? This is a perfect time for you to assert your authority.
Yeah, I'm crying, right?
That's
It's okay. I was right though. You was.
the point. So, as I was stating before, Christians and Muslims is prophesied, and you're going to come together, and you are going to vanquish the demons, which happens to be them. They're the reason for all of the debaucherous behaviors in your countries. They're the reason for your economy crashing and your own daughters having to sell themselves on OnlyFans. They did that shit in Germany to the Germans, which led to the correction, which I like to call, or the rod of truth, which I like to call Hitler. That's the reason why Hitler was able to gain success, because people were sick and tired of your influences over their nation. And America's coming to that same conclusion as well.
What are we talking about now? Why are we talking about this?
This nigga in this
This nigga, yo, he killed the conversation.
It's my time to talk, dog.
Samoa left, the two Jews left.
Oh, are we in the queue?
Yeah, we in the queue.
This nigga killed the conversation.
That's the crazy part. Every time
He do this every time he see people in the room. He's like,
Come on.
I didn't know because Ryan wanted to
I know. Jehovah's knows. Please don't make it difficult.
It's one thing when you willfully sin. You're transgressing against me right now. You know that you should be silent. But you won't because you're a demon. And you don't respect. You lack the respect. Here's the obvious reason here, ladies and gentlemen. We're reading from the Talmud. The Talmud does not, ladies and demons, demons and niggas.
This is so like performance.
So where he is referencing the Talmud, I asked these two ass clowns to show me where they got it from out of the Torah. The Talmud claims that it gets its understanding and its inspiration from the Torah. I asked him to show me. Neither one of these clowns could show me. He mentioned Deuteronomy. I asked him specifically what scripture. The scripture he was referring to says nothing about any of this shit about an oven, any of this shit about some this man making a fetus against God. It's not there. So stating is, I hope y'all are following. What I'm saying here, right now, is that this is the made up rabbinical Babylonian Jew God nonsense, which they were using to try to justify their claim over the God of the Torah, meaning we don't need the Torah anymore. We have the rabbi. Do y'all understand? And here's the answer. This is Christ. If you all really want to know, this is Christ responding to bullshit. This was Luke 6 verses 40. He said that the student or followers cannot expect better treatment than their teachers, which means the disciple is not a teacher. These rabbinical Jews were trying to give a claim that they have their teacher. So this is also why, back in those days, they had a problem with Christ because he was against them, because they would make themselves above their own God. That's the reason why I came off the mic. That's the reason why I fought these niggas in this room. They can't find anything that can refute anything that I'm stating, and I can guarantee that. You won't find nothing in the Torah that justifies their claim that they have surpassed or tricked or defeated their own God, because it ain't theirs at all in the first place.
Jacobus, do you speak any Hebrew or like say the prayers in Hebrew or anything like that?
Yo, Mike, this nigga just heard this nigga speak Nazi word.
Yo, really trying to do check this
You want to go straight left.
Jehovah said you go first. He said you go first.
So Miller's noted Jehovah.
He's wearing a kippah picture though, right? You're wearing a kippah, right?
Jehovah says Jewish, bro.
You gotta do the DNA check. We're not giving it away.
Yeah, so look. Niggas ain't do no DNA check into you. But look, it's Mongo.
So I'm looking right now, Jacobus. I looked it up. It says yes, it's in the Babylonian Talmud.
Yeah.
And then it says, after the rabbis reject the heavenly voice and follow. This is so bad.
Thank you.
Real quick.
How are you like?
You niggas believe it.
So real quick now. So now, since it's Mongo.
We need the justification.
Yo, can we get a few going? Because, like, niggas is moving with them. Like, why?
Let's just talk. Let's do it. Let's do it the Jewish way. Let's just.
Yo, shut your fat ass up.
But guess what? Even when I'm not a fat ass, I'll still have a fat ass. So fuck off.
I'm not quick to exercise. But fuck. Yo, why is we still live?
Yeah, you guys argue about like whose turn it is to talk more than you guys argue about like actual substance.
It's not going.
You guys do that in your room too, though. I heard you guys. That's what philosophers do.
Like, why niggas ain't
No,
There's no
cue. Like, you don't have to cue us to like.
We argue about how to argue, and then it's like, and then I'm going to argue about how to argue.
I heard yesterday, bro. They were talking about if a claim could be evidence. That shit is funny. It lasted 45 minutes.
No, they were talking about if all claims are.
Let's see Ryan with him. Y'all gonna ruin it.
One Mike on Jehovah's.
Question. Hold on, real quick. Let me ask another question. Miller, would you admit that Andrew talks shit about children? Would you admit that?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Would you admit that Andrew in his room talks shit about children?
I don't hear him often talk
He
shit.
alludes. Often is not never fucking weirdo.
No, I honestly can't remember a time I've heard him talk shit about
He
children.
speaks condescendingly about chillism. Can you admit that or no?
Yeah, sometimes he speaks condescendingly about some of the people in children,
No,
but not about children.
no. When he
I think he
says,
really likes Nathan and
no, listen. One second, actually, just talk. So, I see what you're saying. Everyone can see that you're trying to like mitigate circumstances, right? You're trying to downplay it, but all we need is just honesty for one fucking time in your fucking life. Admit that he speaks disparagingly about chillism.
No, I don't think that's true.
Alright, you're a fucking liar. So when he says talk shit about the people in the room, what does he say?
He says like some people are stupid or some people like ramble.
Well, that's true.
Who are the people?
I honestly don't remember him.
Oh, so he doesn't mention them by name. He just
No, he
says
does.
what?
He does.
Shit, bro. How could you forget the names that he would say that are stupid in the room?
Because I'm usually working. Like I'm not here super.
But you knew it happened, but you don't remember who it happened.
Yeah, I know he has talked shit about people in this room. Yeah, I know that. I just don't remember who exactly.
And back to the queue, please. It's your turn. Where are you gonna go?
Doing that.
It's Mongo. So, as I'm saying now, here we go. Because there's a lot to about it. First, this nigga Miller stood there in that line told man Nazi shit, and he ain't say one word, and he even liked the nigga shit. I'm mistaken.
My man all the time, I'm not gonna do the whole thing every single conversation.
Shut up, Mongo. You should have, like, be tough then. Not. Now, ain't nigga silent. So, your pussy ass ain't say nothing. That's why we calling you uncircumcised for the silent. Because when it was time to fight for your God, you ain't do shit. You ain't defeat God, not at this time. So now, I'm talking to my nigga Mike, discussing this wonderful Talmudic reference. Talked to him for a whole hour, studied, pondered, even used the wisdom of God to break this understanding down. Mike concluded that this is wrong. Like, how can a group of people defeat God? And what I concluded on another hand was, this is the era where many of the rabbis split. And we know this because there are more Talmudic disputes in this era than any previous era before. So whatever Rabbi Eliezer was saying or teaching was something that the previous generations were saying or teaching. For they said that Rabbi Eliezer never taught nothing his master didn't teach him. So basically, the next generation after Rabbi Eliezer was in disagreement with him. He was working miracles. He had heavenly voices supporting him. He kicked out of the synagogue. This is familiar, for Christ tells you, if you preach my word, you will get kicked out of the synagogue. You will get persecuted. And that's what happened to Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Eliezer's name literally means Lazarus. And if you remember, Jesus resurrected a person called Lazarus, who had a sister and Mary. According to Josephus, there was a person, Simon Barcius, who had a daughter called Mary, Martha, and a son called Lazarus, a.k.a. Eliezer. So says he was disdained. I guess it is something. And within the scriptures, you see Jesus in them, as someone called Simon, the leper's house, Simon the sea. And you also see there's an extra book, Judas. So when I read these stories, I get an understanding of how it is meant to be understood. Every translation is telling you, it is saying, my God has defeated, my children has defeated me. My children has defeated me. When Mike learned the translation, he read it as, my children has defeated me. It wasn't until years later, someone says, let us use the root word and try to make a poetic meaning of it and say, it means eternalize me. My children has eternalized me. This is a debate. This is a complete rejection. When you look at what happens after, they burn everything that Eliezer said was ritually pure. The nigga who said something died. The one who rejected Eliezer was killed at sea because Eliezer prayed against them. They had a famine. So it's obvious that God was still supporting Eliezer when God spoke again and spoke to Rabbi Yahushua and told him he was wrong. And he even reiterated, we only did this for your sake. So when we have Gentiles trying to understand Talmud when they can't even understand the Christian Bible, we have problems. Mike, a Gentile who started understanding the Christian scriptures, understood that salvation was for everyone. He understood this without ever reading the Bible. And he became baptized, became a Christian, became someone when he dies, he's going to resurrect because he believes in Jesus, that he's the life and the resurrection. And he understands this message because faith comes from hearing. You have some people who read the scriptures and think they'll find eternal life. They're going to have to keep on reading. They're going to have to keep on looking. So now, who's talking? Yeah. So basically what we need to understand is a miracle today or yesterday. Just like Rabbi Eliezer had voices from heaven and miracles, Mike was baptized in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. And that is in the name. So we don't care about debates. What we care about is that the Colbus went through something in the middle of the night and prayed for time and years. And God told him while he was studying, go into the room, talk to Mike, pull him aside. I said, God, this is not going to happen. Mike ain't going to go to a private room with me and study the scriptures, especially through the freaking Talmud. He's not going to do that. He said, you want to be like Jonah? You want to be in my belly of the beast? I said, no, Lord, I'm afraid. I don't want to do it. So I leaped on his face. I jumped in the room. I saw Mike. Oh, shoot, he's in the room. I said, Mike, let's go to the room. I want to talk to you about something. I don't think Lion or anyone else is going to allow this to happen. I want to talk to you about it. And I told Mike, yo, I want to be honest, Mike. God told me to do this, so I'm going to do this with you. And boom, we did it. We come back in the room. We discuss it. Next thing you know, I asked Mike, like I asked my friend, like my pops, I said, hey, Mike, you want to be baptized? And I heard the sincerity and baptized him. Now he's a believer. Now he's going to burn through fire. But like Lion, when he hears the falsity, the genealogy, Paul said, don't listen to it, but listen to the true gospel. Flee from fornication and all this beautiful stuff. We're not going to be deceived.
Hey, can I just get a match?
Are we gonna try to react to him or do we wanna attack the
You can react to him while you mute yourself.
Well, not understand what a Q is? Q.
What's the Q? Can I get in there? Tell me my number, please.
Lion, I have something for you from a statement you made. Okay. What verse do you think I'm gonna bring up? I'm sure you know. Sorry, I'm eating some walnuts.
I said a lot of statements. Which one?
Okay. Your last go. Do you remember what you said?
They had no scripture whatsoever concerning.
No. About the Christians and the Arabs. What verse do you think I'm gonna point out?
Sons of perdition.
Should we go to Luke 21:20?
Yeah.
What are the three leading religions in the world?
Christianity, Islam, and Judaism.
Okay. So if Islam and Christianity turn against them, what does Luke 21:20 say?
I'd have to pull it up, but it talks about how the Gentiles will be trampling on Jerusalem. It's talking about how they're going to be until the times of the Gentile. That means
that's the sign of. What's that that says?
That's actually
what is that?
That's the sign of the Roman captivity. I was answering your question. The Romans have been ruling Israel the entire time, meaning the Edomites have been ruling, Jerusalem this entire time to this very moment. This is the times of the Gentiles. They're still in rulership. It also goes into detail how they're going to be ruling all over Europe, which you all did. It says, but that day is going to be fulfilled, meaning it's going to end soon. And then the real Jews are going to show up. That's not.
Where does it say that? No. This is talking about like the end times. This is talking about like the apocalypse.
No.
That's what that entire chapter is talking about. So even you saying that, you better hope that doesn't happen because that proves you're entirely wrong. In that entire chapter. Yes, it does. Go back and read it. Go back and read that whole chapter. Yeah, I think you need to read it. If you think that because I do not see where it says that the real Jews are going to take over. Where does it say it?
Actually, stop for a second. You're just talking. All right, so what you're reading in
Start over from the beginning.
Okay. And then it's talking about they must flee to the mountains because those are the days of vengeance. Pretty much the way I read it, the days of vengeance is like the apocalypse and it coming to an end, because right after that all comes the Jerusalem will be trampled by Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. And then it says, and then right after that, there will be signs in the sun, moon, and stars, and there will be in earth among nations, bewildered by the roaring of the sea and waves. People will faint from fear and expectation of the things that are coming on the world, because the powers of the heavens will be shaken. Then they will see the Son of Man coming in a cloud.
Oh, shoot.
I mean, that's all in context. That is every bit of that is in context.
Ashley, where is he coming from, Ashley?
The clouds.
Oh, you hear that line? He's going.
Done yet?
It goes right into that, so I don't know if I'm reading it all in. I'm reading it right here. I'm reading it in context. Reading it in its entirety.
All you have to say is yes or no. You ain't got to
My turn in the queue. It doesn't have to do with me being done. It's my turn in the queue. You can get in the queue. You can get in the queue.
Yeah, I'll read, bro.
You can get in the queue. Okay.
I'm in girls from the beginning, Ashley.
The only question you need to, the only answer I need, because it is my turn, not yours, it is my turn in the queue, not yours, is what is the verse where it talks about the real Jews being
Negro.
Being revealed. What verse? Give me an exact number. One number. That's the only answer I need. One number.
One number, nigga. He ain't got it. He can't.
Where's the number?
He don't know. He gotta do it.
He ain't got one number.
Where's the nigga verse? Nigga lost to a woman like Muhammad. This nigga's a
Lion, do something, Lion. Do something, Lion.
Where's the number?
Saying I gotta get out that.
Do something, Lion.
She crucifying this Gentile. This
Somebody
I
just some water.
Lion can't lose. I think we need to change her in there, man. Lion, of all the things that Lion has accomplished, beating up on Jews is definitely one of them.
Wait, am I next? I'm next.
Wait, did you give me a number? Wait, I hear your voice, but you're not telling me a number. That's all I was for was a number. One number.
When is my time?
Where does it say that exactly? No, it's not.
When is my turn?
Okay, because there is a queue. Okay. But you didn't give me a number, so I'm guessing you do not have it, and there we go. We don't have the exact number.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I said Trinbago.
Oh, give me a number. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your booties on the floor.
That's right.
We have a queue.
And I will, you know what, I'll land my plane there because I read the entire thing, and I did not see one mention of there being like false Jews. I just see them being surrounded by all of, and when I hear, Christians and Arabs, to me that says that, hey, you better hope that doesn't happen, because I'm reading it in context. I will land my plane.
You did beautiful, Ashley. I'm so proud of you. You defended the Christian faith.
Let's break this down. So, as I said before, this is
look how God works. Good shit, Ashley.
That's the maintenance on automatic horse.
Live all the way until well after. I just need you to shut up, nigga. That's all you gotta do. Let's really quick and to the point. Number one, we're gonna break this down real quick. So Luke 21:20 says, "When ye shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies." I know you don't know, so I'll just tell you. What he's talking about here is 70 AD, and then eventually 135 AD. So Jesus is prophesying that Jerusalem and Judea is going to fall to the Gentiles. They didn't believe that was going to happen because they were being occupied by the Romans, and they thought as long as they did well with the Romans would never do something like that to them. What ended up happening was a Kitover revolt in 135 AD, making this islands all over Saudi Arabia and all into Africa. He said to the people that were in Judea, run, get out of Jerusalem, because this is the prophesied day of vengeance for the Lord because of what the Israelites have been doing all the way back from all of those previous nations. This is a prophesied. They were going to go into slavery. We can determine this because we know what he's talking about when he talks about the days of vengeance. He's referring to Deuteronomy 4 verse 27. He's talking about, shut up, nigga. Deuteronomy 4 verse 27, where he says that he was going to scatter. God damn it, man. He said that he was going to scatter his children scatter them into all. They will learn other tongues, and they were going to worship other than wood and stone. That's what Christ was referring to. He says this is the day that's going to happen when the Romans come and basically destroy Jerusalem. Let's go to 22. For these are the days of vengeance, that all things which are written may be fulfilled. Written where? As I just said, Deuteronomy 4:27. Look it up. Ezekiel 37 and 36. Look that up. It's the same thing all throughout the book. Jeremiah 17 in verses 4. It talks about how they're going to forget themselves. These are all the prophecies concerning. Deuteronomy 30 verses 7. 30 verses 1, where it also says the exact same thing. This was all prophesied that all of these things is going to happen to the children of Israel. One of them is they're going to go into slavery, and a bunch of Gentiles or a known people are going to inhabit the land, which, by the way, is you. All right, 23, which are written. But woe to them that are with child, and that give suck. For in those days shall be a great distress in the land. The land is Judea at that time, and wrath upon him. It's talking about the Romans when they literally came down and destroyed Jerusalem. There was not a stone on top of stone. That was also what Christ was talking about further in the scripture. When he was Matthew about the very same thing. They shall put the sword. Whose sword? The Roman sword. And shall be led away captive into all nations as slaves. And Jerusalem shall be trodden, meaning trampled on, meaning stepped on, meaning lift up. Other people are going to be occupied, trodden down by the Gentiles, meaning non-Jews are going to live there until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled. Now you have to ask yourself, when has the times of the Gentiles actually been fulfilled? It's right here that Gentiles are going to be in world rulership, meaning the Jews do not rule the world. They are not in a position of power anywhere. Why? Because it says it in the previous verse 24. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword and shall be led away captive. Captive means slave. They became a slave. Can you show me anywhere in history where these white people became slaves? Slaves to anybody? They're led into as slaves. When were you faggots and you total niggas ever slaves led captive? That never happened to you. This is not talking about you. Show me that. Show me where they got a history of white ass looking motherfuckers as slaves. That wasn't you. That was them enslaving.
No, sir. We're trying to use your word privilege.
Wait, stop. We're not going to go back and forth there. What I'm trying to say is this, that the Jews, the Jews that survived, they fled out of the country of Judea and fled into the mountains in Africa, North Africa.
They ain't going no dirty Africa.
And who's that stayed that became slaves? Now, if that faggot in here wants to tell the truth about Josephus writes in the way he says that the Jews that the Romans had captured in 70 AD and 130 he brought the revolt. They brought the revolt. They turned around and put them on ships, trying to transport them to Egypt. But the ship didn't make it. It got sank. All of the people that were on the ship, they all died. Boom. So, what this scripture is talking about is Jerusalem falling in 70 AD, Ashley. Please, look it up. Then, hold on, no.
I'll wait till you're back and I'll rebuttal.
No, I said I'm not for lying, bro.
Wait.
No, I said you. Mike.
Shut up, nigga. Now, after 24 is done, moon and in the stars, and upon the earth of nations, with perplexity, seas and the waves roaring, men's heart falling for fear, and the looking at those things are coming on the earth. Look, the look of those things that are coming on the earth. For the powers of heaven shall be shaken. Verse 27. And then shall they see the Son of Man. So we're not talking about then. Did the Son of Man come when Jerusalem fell? No, he didn't.
That's next point.
He did not.
That was going to be my exact point, because if it, like, why would he be telling two different things though?
No, I couldn't respond. So I'm answering your question. I told you that it was giving you a blow by blow. 24 is 70 AD, 135. 25 is our time, the present, and the future. It's not all one together. You don't understand.
Where does it say that? It does not say that in
Please, for Christ's sake, can you let him land?
Thank you. This is how you know that's where it says in verses 27. It says, then shall they see the Son of Man coming. Remember what the Son of Man is supposed to do, prophesied to do? He's supposed to break apart every nation. All of these nations are going to come together and war against him. Where at? If what I'm saying to you, Ashley, is this. If the Son of Man came in this scripture right here, he would have came during the fall of Jerusalem. And if that was the case, then we're currently under God right now. All of the world is following under the laws of the Son of Man, which is the Messiah. We know that that's not true, because we're still living in a hellish condition all over the earth. Wars, rumors of wars, pestilences, diseases. The most foul, disgusting people are in places of power and rulership. According to the prophecy, he's supposed to make all things right. Are all things right? Actually, you ain't got to answer that. We know it's not. So we know that this is talking about another time. It wasn't talking about this time. It's talking about a future time. Verse 25 and forward is talking about when Christ returns. Verse 24 was Christ talking about when the end of Jerusalem happened. Two different time periods. You got to understand the difference. You got to do your research. Go right ahead, whoever.
Okay. Welcome, Mike. So look, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Sorry, it's not interesting at all to me. I'm just talking about this part. The idea of somebody. Okay, so I'm looking at this right here, and it's saying this guy Elijah told a rabbi that God told him, my children have prevailed over me, which means defeated me. And that doesn't make sense to me at all. It just tells me that a man wrote it. And then this rabbi is telling other rabbis. So then I'm like, bro, look, this is my point. This doesn't make sense. So then the analogy could be, well, what if you let your kid beat you in chess? Well, chess has outcomes, win, lose, or draw. So even if you say I won or lost, you're going to at least be precise with language when you're going to say win, lose, or draw. But if you say test, it's pass the test, fail the test, etc. It's not a victory over the person putting on the test, especially God. So I'm mapping this out in my head. I'm this has nothing to do with my belief in God or anything. This is my understanding of the attributes. And I'm like, okay, so God has all these omni powers, right? All qualities, what you say. And this is a divine moment right here where somebody allegedly is quoting God. And God also challenges people in other areas of the story, right? So within the other challenges, you say, pass the challenge, you pass the test. It doesn't make sense to me for me to hear the all-power, all-knowing say, because you passed an alleged test, we're just going to grant that for charity. You therefore defeated me. I just don't hear God speaking that way. Like I said earlier, this could be a limitation of mine. But if you look at the whole page, the whole story, which I haven't seen, but I have a general understanding of the story. When does God ever talk like this about God's self? I mean, if you think about the word defeat in God, it's usually defeating bad stuff. But if I look at this, are the Jews the only people that allegedly defeated God? The devil couldn't do it. Like, that's what it would have to be. Because I don't think in any other fucking frame or context or analogy it's used that way. So I'm just like thinking this, bro. Look, I'm sorry, no disrespect to the Jews, but like they fucking reduced their God to make themselves better, right?
You got it.
And yeah, I know it doesn't make sense at all. Like if I don't. So they're just wrong, bro. So the reason why I say that is because earlier Samoa was trying to bring in the analogy. It's like, bro, the analogies don't fit. Win or lose are games. Challenges, it's not like it's pass or fail. It doesn't mean if you pass, you beat the person that put the test forward. Right? It just means that you fucking passed. The guy that was going to kill his kid, he didn't defeat God because he fucking passed the test. It's the dumbest shit ever. It doesn't work. And I think that they made that up because fucking whatever. They're just kind of fucking weird.
Good shit, man. Good shit. I'm proud of you. Ashley, y'all go to me. Sweetheart, go ahead, Ashley.
I'm gonna bring it back. So I even pulled it up in the King James. There were different wordings, but even if you read it in the King James, there's no separation, right? So unless you're saying that the biblical writers kind of picked up in the middle of a different speech, which to me it seems like it's all within the same context. So it's talking about prophecy. So either Jesus was prophesying about a prophecy, or he was prophesying about the future and like him coming back, and this is all tied together. Like that, when I'm reading it, and it makes more cohesive sense. Like when you're actually reading through it, that it is all a prophecy together. When you go from 24 to 25. I mean, there's really no separation there because the way that it's written, it can all kind of go together. So if you read 24, it says, "And they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and shall be led away captive into all nations, and Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled." Then you go straight into 25, "And there shall be signs in the sun and in the moon." So even when you're reading it, like, even reading it, the flow's better if it's like this is adding on to, 25 is adding on to 24. Not that there's a separation and it's two different timelines. To me, it's the same timeline. So it's a prophesying, it's all about Jesus coming back. Okay, 32?
Read 32. That should answer your question.
"Verily I say unto you, this generation shall not pass away till all be fulfilled." But then that makes sense too. That even speaks to my point, right? So when it goes all the way back, to where we started in 21. It goes all the way back to in 21 that hey, when or 20, when Jerusalem's surrounded and when they're driven out and like everybody's pretty much against them, then that generation shall not pass away. That generation shall not pass away. Yeah, it's pretty much, to me, it's saying that generation, once Jerusalem everybody's turning their back on them, then that's when the redemption comes, and that's when all of this comes to pass. Like why would it go into Jesus coming back and then all the way down, like way later on? It's going into a timeline that goes right back to like then it's completely written out of order.
Alright, so now thank
It
you.
makes zero sense. But I'll let the comments go.
Has to be in the queue, man. Don't do that. So now it's my go.
I'm already in the queue. I'm in the queue already, right?
Alright, I'm at the line.
Right
So
now,
I'm going after line again.
I'm after
It's my go. It's my go.
Every time Kitover's top, I'm after him. All right? You heard me?
Yeah, that makes sense. That's cool. So, God is so good. You want to rejoice and thank God for this. So, as soon as I began to speak, I got a knock on the door, and the mailman came, and he delivered a book to me. And it's a book by Rabbi Eliezer, the actual actual man we're talking about. And if I could take a picture, I could open it right now, you can hear it. And I could look at it, but let me discuss something. Let's look at the timeline. So, after Ezra establishes the 120 elders, he establishes the 5 Zagor's. Around that time, pair is Shammai and Hillel, and Jesus comes a little right after. So what we're looking at is the thought process of the Jews at that time, and then we're going to look at after. So at this time, we have Rabbi Shammai and Hillel, his students, and in the Talmud it says there was a lot of blood spilling at this time due to these disputes. So what we have here is another school of thought, Jesus' thought, and it's coming around 27 AD to the 30s. And we know this because, based upon Josephus and Roman annals, Herod was ruling at this time. So now, right after Jesus says these prophecies, he says, like Ashley said, the time of the Gentiles. When we go to Revelation, the end of old prophecies, it tells us they're going to trample Jerusalem, the Gentiles. And during this, Antichrist will come, and even the 2 final prophet witnesses. And it coincides with Jesus' prophecy. So what we have here is Jesus saying in the final books, a remnant of people is going to be following his school of thought, his rabbinical school. And what you need to realize is that it says they will keep his commandments. Doesn't say Moses, doesn't say Hillel, doesn't say Shammai, doesn't say Elijah. It says his. And that is very clear, and it makes us understand that we have to, if you are a true believer, adhere to his commands. And it will separate you. Get it off. Separate you from a lot of other people. And when you do that, the devil will come against you as it is written. So be a believer. Study the scriptures. Be set apart. Be holy. See the Holy Spirit. Now, if you want to know how to do this based upon the school of thought of Jesus Christ, I can tell you, just like I baptized like a few days ago. And you would have to repent, be sorry, and not to commit those sins again. Believe Jesus Christ can save you from your sins. Be baptized when you have a clear conscience. And receive the Holy Spirit. And then you'll be set apart, gathering amongst true believers. Cool. For when 2 or more are gathered in his name, Christ will be among you.
All right, Ashley, I want you to go to that same book. We're going to go to verse 6. Just read verse 6. So Luke 21, verse 6. As a matter of fact, start at 5 and 6. You can come off the mic and read. I want you to see something. If not, I'll read it for you. I'm actually working. I just try my best to, if you challenge me on something, I'll come off the mic and kick your ass for a little while. But I'm actually trying to, make some dollars. All right, so look, I'll just read it, because I know you won't, because it goes against your entire argument. So this is
a friend from another room, Rich, try to call me autism. A friend from another room was telling us how his father would not allow him to eat pink cupcakes. He was only allowed to eat the blue ones. And if the pink one was the only one left, he would not be allowed to have any cupcakes.
Bro, I'd eat it. I don't give a fuck. Like I said, I only like sweets, but for some reason it's making me hungry like for cupcakes. Yeah, I don't like sweets either.
It's a really good picture. Who gave me this guy? No, I don't eat. Because I'm not eating.
Keegan, you ever have a Frosty at the Wendy's? As long as you shoot the Nazis first, so far.
David, have you ever had a swirly in the toilet? That's a good question, Zach. Go ahead, David.
No, I want to know if you ever had a Frosty at the Wendy's.
I have had a Frosty at a Wendy's. Why? What's it?
Sounds like a grinder question.
I
That does sound like a grinder question.
Yeah, man, Frosty and Wendy's.
Yeah, it sounds like something that they do behind closed doors. David, why? What's the question for?
Well, if you know, you know.
Yeah, some grinder shit. That's some Republican convention shit.
What are the gay Republicans?
To answer your question, it's Monica that bought a Jeep. Was that one person that got caught fucking a male prostitute smoking meth? What was his name? Fucking Ted Haggard, yeah. It's a Ted Haggard question.
Next. That reminds me of a TV show on HBO, The Righteous Gemstones. Hilarious.
I actually
I saw Ted Haggerty at the airport, and Ted Haggerty was on my plane, and I was taking photos of him, and it like freaked him.
Were you flying first class?
He didn't have. No, I was flying. We were both flying coach. But anyways, I'm just saying that he freaked out that I was photoed. And this was the day after that scandal broke. And he never came up to me. He was staring at me with death eyes.
Did he ask you if you ever read a chocolate Frosty at Wendy's?
Actually, when I got off the plane, he asked me, "Have you ever been paid for content?" And I was like, "Yeah, actually, I'm Jewish. Some people read books all day and get paid to fucking read books." And then he's like, "That's amazing." He's like, "Do you know any black people that don't get paid for their content but hold rooms all day long and don't get paid for their content?" I was like, "Yeah, I do know this big black guy named Sig. And Sig actually hates the Jews and Israel and the Republicans and the Democrats. Sig hates everything. This guy hates everything, but he doesn't get paid for his content. He even hates you. What's his name?"
So I get paid for all that. I'm making $300. I'm literally making $300 a day sitting in a hotel, bro.
How many gold coins do you have?
I literally make money sitting here. Like, you notice when I'm at home, I'm not on that. But when I'm out traveling, sitting in a hotel making $300 a day, yeah, so I make money beyond it.
But what's your karma score?
Fuck that karma score. I ain't bought a liquor go. I ain't spending no fucking money on fucking Clubhouse. This shit's a fucking scam, bro.
Well, I'm a point.
If you get the membership, but if you get the membership, right, you're able to see other people's old pictures, and you get like a star.
Wait, did you say
NBC is actually the gayest? See, NBC yesterday admitted that he is a white accelerationist neo-Nazi stormtrooper. Quote from NBC. Wow. NBC is a chaos agent. This young man knows NBC, I'm worried for your future. You could end up like, you have to start reading books as soon as possible. And you need to shut up. I'm telling you, my young man, if you don't shut up right now, go with it. Yeah, go read an Ayn Rand book. Be more selfish, because at this point, you're giving your essence up to a conference call app called
NBC, you're not listening. You're not listening.
It's just a plantation.
NBC,
I'm
you're
here
not
to free you
listening.
from the plantation. You're not. This is a plantation. I'm here to free you from the plantation. I'm trying to liberate you from this plantation. If you
voluntarily stay on every single day, you spend more time on this app than I do.
I'm a liberator. I'm a liberator. That's what I do.
He's a bodhisattva. So, do you know what a bodhisattva is?
No, what is that?
A bodhisattva in Buddhism is somebody who has attained enlightenment. They have achieved the state of nirvana. But rather than choosing to remain in nirvana, they return to the shitty reality that we find ourselves in right now, and they try to help others attain enlightenment. John is a Clubhouse bodhisattva. He could be touching grass. He could be not wasting his life. He could be offline. But he has attained enlightenment. He has achieved nirvana. And he has come back here to rescue us from our own pathetic, time-wasting, cyclical existence. That is Clownhouse. Thank you. I'm complete.
Well, you can be a boner, Shasta, whatever the fuck he is, yeah.
This is Boner Shasta.
How many people have you liberated, Edmund? Just kidding.
You were just talking to one of my liberated friends.
I'm just asking
number of people you've liberated, it's at least 1 trillion% more than what you've done.
So what's your number?
Probably make it tell you this. I said this yesterday. Donald Trump can actually help liberate you from your own concepts because he is so powerful in so many people's minds because he has conditioned us to a very, very high degree. His collar, his suit. If you were to actually paint Donald Trump on a piece of paper, you would do a blue suit with a red tie, blonde hair, and an orange face. That's how much he's basically viralized himself into your fucking neurons. And that's what I'm trying to actually reverse out of you, meaning that you're so Pavlovian conditioned. You've been suggested to for many years, but you actually don't read many books. You don't study Alan Watts. You don't read Zen's the last time. You don't know anything about Buddha.
How do you know I don't read many books?
Anything about Taoism. All I'm trying to say is
Right, that's pretty crazy.
The book, you guys, I say we can have more fun reading books than having these stupid, Jew hate words that you put on. Reading books.
The last book I read, Edmund, was called
I know about Taoism. This message has been brought to you by Pfizer. Be sure to get your
I think he's good.
by 5 p.m.
How much money did you make today being on Clubhouse, Edmund?
How many views on YouTube did you get?
It's not about the money, it's about
You just said it was. You just brought up money. I'm not hearing numbers. I asked you about how many people you liberated. I didn't hear any numbers. I asked you how much money you made being on Clubhouse today. I didn't hear any numbers. Let's hear some numbers.
$100 today.
Let's hear some numbers.
I made $100.
Curb the excuses.
Later, I'm going to make another $400. So that's going to be a total of $500 for the day. But I don't make $500 every day. I'm going to pay $500 to fuck him up.
What?
I'll go half-face with you. So in response to your question, take my favorite quote from Bane is
It's a number, man. I asked 2 numbers questions. I get to hear a number come out of your mouth. What's your numbers? How many people have you liberated, and how much have you made today being on Clubhouse? You brought it up. You brought it up. You said I don't make any money.
If you were to actually the book club, you would use dollars as your bookmarks.
So again, you claim, quote, that I'm on Clubhouse not making any money, and I told you how much money I make a day being on Clubhouse. When I'm out working, I'm on Clubhouse, so I'm not doing shit. So I'm asking you the same question. How much money do you make? You brought it up.
You get $300 a day to travel and be on Clubhouse and have fun flying on airplanes, and you don't do shit all day. What job is that? And are they hiring? Are y'all niggas hiring?
No, you gotta have some aviation experience to get into this job. So
The pilot?
No, I'm not a pilot, but I'm KCM, so KCM get paid.
Oh, you're a customer success manager.
No, crew member.
I thought you said CSM.
No, KCM. Yeah, KCM. Yeah, I'm flight crew, so good money crew.
Is that a flight attendant?
Kind of close, but I deal with cargo, so I deal with cargo across North America. Yeah, so I fly all over, pick up cargo, weigh it, process it, customs, all that shit. No, it's pretty good because it's on demand, so that's why I get to sit around a lot.
You're like on call.
Yeah, we don't move unless the customer calls and they need some shit moved. So, but I get actually it's $360 a day. So yeah.
Just imagine Sig as a flight attendant.
Hotels.
Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
He just walks out.
Hotels.
Do you want pretzels?
They're called stewardesses.
So Sig, how do you get the manager?
I was imagining him as a flight attendant, thinking that would be
coffee or tea.
So if you had a meeting with your manager and he said, "Sig, how do you think you could be more productive?" What would you?
Probably couldn't say anything because I've got the highest employee ratings on my team. So that's why I get dope ass bonuses and shit. Because our bonuses are based on our ratings, so I max out every single year. And I got nothing but compliments. He actually came up to me and he said, he was joking and said, "Hey, are you paying off the pilots?" He said, because I've had at least a dozen pilots
come in here just fucking ranting and raving about how efficient you are, how productive you are, how good at your job you are. So yeah, that's what he would say about me, Edmund. And he said it multiple times.
Sick, how do you obscure the smell of the drugs that you're smuggling while you do your job?
Yeah, no drugs, sir. No drugs at all. If I wouldn't be doing this job if that was the case, I'd already been.
See, if I was in my I would say, well, probably not being on hours a week could add to the productivity. And then I'd have to come up with something creative to do while I'm working. That would be called a job.
Yeah, it's hard to have a job in different states when you're traveling all over the lower 48 and 2 other countries. You can't really hold a job like that. So, but when I go home, I do a bunch of extra shit to make extra money on my off time. So, yeah. But
yeah, that's how you afford the F-150.
Yes, 750,000 fucking Marriott points, so I can pretty much live in a Marriott for 6 fucking months and not have to pay a fucking dime. It has a bunch of great perks. 4-star, 5-star hotel.
Yeah, you can stay at the St. Regis in New York City for about 2
St. Regis is Marriott Network too, yeah.
Yeah. Ritz-Carlton, of course.
Say like 25 years of work. Because I joined
when I went to Montreal to
I'm trying to say is, my work experience has involved so many African American women acting in the workspace as if they're on Clubhouse that I filed complaints against every one of those stupid DEI hired cunts that never should have been where I was at.
Oh, well.
What? What's that even mean?
I think saying he doesn't like black girls or cool crap.
Okay. Why doesn't he get psychoanalyzed? Like the shit that he'll be saying, it's not even like Pepe does a better job than some of y'all niggas, and that's an embarrassment.
Hey, yo, BB, I've been accused of hating Jews, bro.
Again?
Yep, again. There we go. Hey, Edmund, there's one of the Jews I so-called hate that I'm cool with.
Somebody's not wearing a seatbelt.
Well, all I gotta say is, I thought when I joined the Army Intelligence, that was my MOS, my job choice after ROTC. I thought I'd be like James Bond or something. And then you know what happened? I met a black woman, and she was a major on the golf club. She was screaming at me, and I was like, am I really going to throw my life away for this? I was like, this isn't very James Bond. This bitch is from the ghetto, and she'll get killed. And I thought to myself, no, this isn't worth it. And then I looked at this Asian guy from West Point, and I was like, bro, you ain't gonna see me tomorrow. He's like, why not? I was like, I can't tell you why, but you ain't gonna see me tomorrow. I'm done with this shit. I'm done. He's like, all right, good luck, man.
Let me ask you a question to the room. Is there anything that Israel does that you completely, do you completely agree with every single thing Israel does and Jews do?
I agree.
If you disagree or criticize them, that doesn't make you a Jew hater. That just makes you a critic.
That's right.
There you go. I think you need to say that one more time, Fred.
No, but and then
I can't criticize
there's a fine line, and then somehow. No, but the problem is, but Keegan, the difference is that you cross the line sometimes.
That's right.
You know what I mean? There's sit, criticize, or have an opinion about certain. When he had a room the other day, at first my feelings got a little bit hurt too, but then I realized I'm like, okay, just a good room title. It's actually a great one. I want to talk one up too. Anti-Semites are people Jews hate. And I was trying to say was basically, if you insult or you discredit or you discriminate against a Jew, you're called an anti-Semite. No,
Jews orchestrate all global events and control all the banks and orchestrate all the one world government.
Not all the banks.
My whole
Wait, is that anti-Semitic, maybe?
9 times out of 10, you're going to get the question. What's that?
Maybe is that anti-Semitic to say that Jews are orchestrating all global events and there's a secret cabal and that they're trying?
No, that's just being uneducated. That's somebody who says that.
So you're saying it's uneducated? I got you.
No, he's entitled to his opinion. Doesn't mean I agree with it.
Yeah, but you said that makes him uneducated. So you're saying he's uneducated.
No, I said that opinion. What if I question that's an uneducated opinion? And I'm not here.
I just wish you would say it with your chest, maybe.
See, like that right here.
You talking about me?
Yeah, but like that right there's reason.
That's not racist.
That wasn't racist. That's not racist. So here, it's a white
He's got. See, this is the thing though. It's racist to tell him he can't because of his white skin. Because now you're telling someone they don't have a right to the freedom of speech simply because of their skin color. Yeah.
You're right, and I have an opinion too that everybody's racist. And I think that if we don't agree with that, then I think that's a big problem. I believe these people that are jumping up and down, screaming, "I'm not racist." You're fucking racist. Everybody's fucking racist.
I'm not racist. I mean, David's
racist either. Because see, you guys don't know what transcendental meditation or poetry is.
I think we should open up a fucking.
You guys are highly conditioned.
I think we should have to
essentially do actually.
No, because I lost a little moment that we can actually do this as a learning curve, and we can open up with some great minds and the great people in this room, and we can probably get hundreds of people in it.
We know.
What is anti-Semitism? I was trying to say that from 1861 to 1865, 1 million Americans killed themselves freeing African Americans in this country. We had equality for all. And there were 2 million casualties. The question has already been settled. We are now dealing with a Pavlovian society, completely hypnotized, brainwashed, programmed, and low IQ dribble. If you want to have an actual intellectual conversation, you need to join my book.
How many people you got in your book club? That's the third numbers question.
I had 10 people sing, and you don't even know what 10 means. Do you know what a minion is? Hello?
10, not 11. 10, not 9.
Wait, are you assuming he can't count because he's black?
David, stop. Sig, do you hate Jews?
He hesitated.
No answer.
Wait, BB, ask me if I hate black people.
No.
Why not?
What about the Mexicans? Do you hate the Mexicans?
No, I don't hate anybody. I love everybody. I love you, David. I think you're an amazing
transgender
Peruvian mathematician wino. That's what you are, a wino Peruvian.
Yeah, but somebody should fucking ask you. Do you love black people?
I love them. I love everybody.
Everybody loves black people.
You love black people?
Black people are the greatest musicians
you love black
of all
people.
time.
I love black people, black lives.
Look at Michael Jackson.
We money off.
White people and black people were made for each other. America, there were good times with white people and black people where they liked each other and they.
Yeah, did you ever see
So Zach, I guarantee you a bunch of black people took over your neighborhood and moved in, started parking their cars on their lawns and smoking weed and shit, had a bunch of little bastard neighborhoods running around, bro, you become racist, so.
Well, I mean,
that's racist.
Don't get me wrong. I have my opinions about cultural differences, but that doesn't mean that I don't love black people.
Dude, you watch Flicky's Talks, it's okay.
Yeah, I love Flicky's.
I noticed here in Chicago, they put up big skyscrapers, and then low-income African Americans move in because they get CHI. I'm just wondering, like,
non-Trump towers.
group of
visited the new apartment library yet?
I'm gonna get It's make Chicago great again, and it's gonna have jobs.
This is a message to say, I just gotta tell you that my philosophy is that there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. And let me tell you what would have happened to me if I would have gone to Afghanistan and died in a fucking ridge or in some stupid aqueduct because some stupid cunt was saying, but what I'm trying to tell you is it gets worse than that. Because when you get married and the ultimate justice comes down over your neck and cuts your head off because your wife is a CUNT, you didn't know it? And she took half of everything you had before, and you're not going to get your pension because your first wife ruined your life, your second wife married you a second time, and then the third time you raised from the grave like your king and Lord and Savior. Ribono Shalom.
Well, I hate to see you as a black man, because I've had black bitches yelling and screaming at me my whole life, bro. You folded after just only one of them.
You should try white girl sing.
That's all I do now, man.
Oh, congratulations, white girls. Why would you fuck black girls?
Coming up in the world, doing things the right way.
Just like fucking angry, the right way. Vitriolic.
Just don't get Jonathan Major.
Your complaint isn't against the Jews. It's actually against the A words and the L words, which are attorneys and lawyers. Let's be honest.
Oh, I thought you meant assholes and lesbians.
Yeah, nah, my issue is, and you're right, it's not with the Jews, it's with fucking Israel and the Zionist movement, Zionist agenda. That's my criticism. But
yeah, but most Jews are Zionists.
Yeah, I'm a Zionist.
You're not even like Jews.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
That's what I'm asking for clarification.
No, you have to read Theodor Herzl. You have to read the history of the Jews. If you read Theodor Herzl, it'll actually resolve a lot of your conflict, because you will actually know the history. And so if you debate an Ayn Randian objectivist, you have to read their books to know how to defeat them in the argument. In the same way that Patton defeated Rommel. And when Patton screamed out in that movie, I wrecked your fuck, you son of a bitch. That's how you beat people with their own ideologies. Read their book. Until you do that, I think you're just a complainer.
That's fine, but like I said, when you move in and you fucking annihilate a community of hundreds of thousands of fucking people, and you rape and you pillage and you murder and you drive them out, it's called the Area Sin, it's called the Nakba, yeah, so it's... Yeah.
Oh, the Nakba when the Muslims attacked?
No, they didn't attack. Yeah, especially if you go back, that's why I specifically said that. Look up the Area Sin.
Guys, I'd like you to talk at the same time if possible.
10 mics.
Serendipity. So so Rich, that's the narrative that the Zionists tell is that the Muslims attacked us, but if you go back a couple years before, the Area Sin is actually a Zionist.
He's sick. Every time I'm in a room, you're always political. Why?
Because that's mostly what this app did. Politics, race, and religion.
Hey, can we talk about something else? Can we talk about how gay men, their communities are thriving a lot better than straight men? They have the best schools, the best neighborhoods.
That's because they don't have any kids.
That's because they have disposable income.
They don't have the neighborhood.
You ever been to a gay nightclub? Gay nightclubs are way better than heterosexual nightclubs.
They have the best streets, the best grass.
gonna lose more income because they don't have kids.
They're building gay skyscrapers.
Yeah, gay community's got a shit ton of money, bro.
He says kids are actually cheaper than working mothers.
You know what I'm talking about.
Well, yeah, Rico, like he spent all this money getting the girl, and then what? That's what men do, man. We just spend so much money on getting a girl.
Whoa. That's just public.
I don't know about getting a girl. I think it's it's maintenance and other things. Enjoying it.
Well, like buying a Mercedes, like 80% of it is getting the girl. 20% is you actually like driving it.
Well, I'm the opposite. Totally opposite.
So 20% is because you want to find a girl.
Did you say because of the Mercedes? How long did it take to acquire this Mercedes? And what kind?
Well, you just lease it.
But the point is, if you're a straight man, please do better.
The kids cost a lot of money, bro. That's part of the problem.
That is true. I do gotta give you a shout out to the pops out there. If you're a dad, like, hey, shout out to you. I'm not a dad.
Well, you should be taking married to
kids. That dormant section of your brain. Mine's still dormant, but shout out to you.
It's nice though, because when you get all old and decrepit, you got somebody to take care of you, man. So, along with the wife.
Well, unless they stick you in a home.
Then again, did y'all behave?
I said deputy.
Kind of, sort of. Kind of, sort of. They got a little.
This is why we get a nice
I want to keep you cigarette out. That's all right.
no.
I'm a bad boy.
Don't do that. Don't be a bad hater. Don't be a bad hater.
Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? And Valentine comes for.
They're coming for me today hard, man. They got his little panties in a bunch, man. That's a little Star Daniel panties.
They did?
I said, hey, man, Evan's been coming for me hard today. I don't know where this shit came from. So I got his little panties in a bunch. I've always been nice to him, and I've always let him in my rooms. Always let him record. So, but it's okay. I forgive you, Evan. I forgive you. It's all good.
Is he still here?
Your boner Shasta says.
Awfully quiet. I don't even think he's here anymore.
Zach said he's a boner. He's a boner Shasta.
Yeah, he's a clubhouse boner Shasta.
Who else is here? Monica. That is Kitover.
Zach, what made you come back to the app, man? Because you were MIA for at least a year and a half.
I don't know. Sometimes I get my accounts deleted.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. How you been, man? I haven't talked one-on-one at all.
I'm chilling. Getting ready to go teach a basket class. And I have packed the Tao Te Ching.
That is.
My friend, you sound familiar. Did you have another account or something?
I don't know. My name is Zach Ruda.
Zach Ruda. But your account says you're my phone trash bag. Is this okay?
I had an account for a while that was called Ishmael the Gorilla.
Ishmael the Gorilla. Okay, no, it doesn't ring a bell. Well, pleasure to meet you, sir. My name is Sangre. I am a gangster from Chicago.
Good to meet you. I am your friend, the trash bag.
experienced. I've been hovering over the move to audience button in Monica's profile for the last one.
I'm really proud of you, Stilgar. Don't make me sorry for saying that. You know, she's always like, Stigler this, Stigler that, and I'm just like, I love Stilgar. I just love Stilgar so much. I couldn't believe you wanted Stilgar. That's crazy.
It's kind of hard not to mind someone that's got juicy cupcakes in their profile pic.
Right?
Uh-oh. The Republican convention.
That's so tracks.
What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's pretty gay. What's going on here?
Cupcake or beefcake, baby?
It's a grinder moment, Stilgar.
Mm-hmm.
Keep that too.
For 2026, how specifically gay men communities are thriving than any other community when it comes to real estate, public works, education, just overall. Okay.
Yeah, when you don't have a family, bro, you got a shit ton of time on your hands to be productive, man.
I cannot wait to hear from Monica what the method to the madness was.
When I drive through these neighborhoods, I see two guys holding kids, and they must be parents. I mean, the city I'm from, that's legal, bro. If you're a gay man, married to another gay man.
Yeah, but the majority of
children.
But the majority of gay people don't adopt. That's a very small percentage.
The majority, just for their partner. In your area, majority in my area, well, that's.
I'm saying overall. Overall, yeah, gay. It's a small percentage of gay people.
Like, majority of them don't want kids. Okay. Macro-wise, possibly. But when it comes to finances, like you're saying, they have a lot of time in their hands, I guess. They're having kids is the majority. But when it comes to the micro, objective, subjective, you see it every day. So, I mean, I'm not trying to gay, I'm not gay. But
yeah, sure. So
hey, give me some advice.
That's what all the Republicans say.
Oh man.
Until Grindr goes down to the Republican convention.
Yeah, look at George Santos.
Yo, you see, what's his face? Fucking at Disney World on the magic wand by himself. Who's the Lindsey Graham, yeah, he got caught at Disney World with no fucking kids holding the fucking magic wand, bro. It's some weird shit he did.
Who would do that? I'm a 37-year-old man.
Yeah, what grown man goes to Disney World by himself? That's just weird. Fucking weird.
If I want to go to Disneyland right now and I'm 37, I'll just take a baby mom.
Maybe he went to the roller coasters.
I'll blow $60,000 on another man's kid if she's hot enough.
Any single adult man with no kids hanging out in kids' places.
That's gonna be allowed, dude. That should not be allowed. Dude. You should be questioned. Like if I go in there right now by myself and I'm 37, I should not be allowed in there, bro. Same with a woman. What about women? What if there's a woman my age, 37, that goes in there? I don't want to go to Disneyland.
But that means there's a lot of, maybe there's single moms there that can be raped. I don't know.
I mean, I'm single, 41, no kids. I don't go to child cares for crazy.
Would you go to the Magic Kingdom?
No, not by himself. No. Nope. With a girl, yeah, if you were there with a female, that'd be different because you guys would be just a single man by himself. That's weird.
As a matter of fact, single female is not weird. Is that what you're saying? A single female is not weird.
As a matter of fact, I don't even approach women at all. And this is prior to even 2020, prior to even 2010. Like almost 99% of the time, women are approaching me, and that's been true even before.
I believe you, but I still can't believe you guys don't believe that women are capable of raping as well.
That's not what we said.
I mean, I feel like they're capable, like people like Cardi B, like if they drug you.
There was a movie about that with Michael Douglas and Demi Moore.
Yeah, women are capable. It's just less. It's because women aren't driven by sex as much as men. Men are heavily driven by sex anymore.
No, women
described as it works differently. It tends to have they tend to have they're far more likely to have a strong emotional attachment to sex. Not necessarily with the person, but it's all this stuff is being explained to so much people. But when it comes to like women that you'd have to, as far as like actual strong arm rape, I've looked this up. There's really very few examples of it. There's one woman who was, I believe, like she was like Mrs. something in the Southwest. So she's an attractive woman, and she ended up kidnapping this young guy who was of age and tying him up and then like repeatedly raping him, and she was arrested for it.
Yeah, that's fucked up. Like, you're right. It's strong arm rape.
Yeah, snatch somebody up for sex.
What about big brain grooming that leads to rape?
Well, and that's why you see a lot of these stories coming out of these female teachers in these situations, because there has to be some type of emotional connection established, and then the sexual drive kicks in for them. Well, just to go snatch someone up to fuck them,
that's
you rarely see one.
They can. So some women, like when it comes to like female sex offenders, they can. One of the ways they can do it is if they feel like if they're in somewhat of a motherly role. For whatever reason, these women, it can lead to sex with them. That's kind of what you get with these teen boys. Other than that,
when I was in my 20s, my friend caught herpes. I was 21 and he told me. I'm 37 now. My good friend caught herpes. We went to the casino. And he said because he woke up to a prostitute. He was so drunk, he woke up the next day, he didn't know what the hell was going on, but he was getting a blowjob from a prostitute. Well, whatever. A couple of weeks later, he found out he had herpes.
But he got 2 gifts at that
time. Is that rape? If
you're unconscious, technically.
Unconscious? There's a what?
But you do. There was a case where a man was overpowered by. It happened a few times in Zimbabwe, where a white man. It will make sense when I explain why they do it. They overpowered him. Then they also tied these men. It happened at least a couple of times. These men to a bed. They'd give him sedatives and Viagra, and then they would take turns raping him. And they were collecting cum from a condom. Now, the reason they were doing it is they had some like black magic or voodoo bullshit where like apparently this white man's sperm was going to get some kind of magical benefits for it. It's like really fucking odd. But yeah, it's so like I could only, when I was purposely searching for this shit, like I could only find a few rare examples.
Yeah, those rabbit holes are kind of can't sleep at night when I fall into those kind of rabbit holes. But anywho, shout out to Serendipity. Why would Trump resign? He's a feminist. The fuck? He's a feminist? Yeah, he is. Trump is a feminist.
Shit, you never answered my. What's your question?
Oh, the one I asked earlier. If you ate Jews. Yes. I don't hate the Jews, but I would like to stop funding them.
Well, man, I told him I'm a Zionist. Yeah,
no, that's my hard opinion. I want to stop funding the Jews. No more weapon systems for you. Okay?
Yeah. That's the biggest thing. And they kind of like I don't hate Jews, and I don't. But you want to stop funding everybody. But I don't like this. But I don't like. Yeah. You agree? But it's bullshit because like yeah, you can like not even be against Israel, which I'm not against Israel. Say, you know what, you guys are just kind of really doing too much right now. You're really taking advantage of our, I would say, our president in our country at this time for your benefit, and we're really getting fucking tired of it. And they go back to anti-Semitism. You can't do that, and then it's just like, holy shit, are you guys trying to make people anti-Semitic at this point?
But Pat, a good question though. Do you think Trump's dumb enough to get taken advantage of, or he's also wanting?
Yeah. Not just dumb enough, but he's first of all, we look at his two largest donors. We can look at every. And then you have Jared Kushner.
That's my whole point. Does he want?
Jared Kushner is somebody we all know where he stands.
I don't think it's a money, Pepe, because a lot of Democrats have got a lot of money from AIPAC and these Jewish organizations, bro. I think it's an Epstein file, bro. I think they got something over this nigga.
It could be, but I don't think it would be for the money. Like when Miriam Adelson or Singer, when they give those campaign donations, it's generally going to be because they talk with him and they're expecting that, look, we're going through a rough time in Israel. I really hope you can be the one to, really help make some changes, bring security and peace to Israel, yada, yada, yada. And so, and of course, Jared Kushner, I think, is probably the person that's, like his first term, that he really has a huge influence on Trump. I'm not saying he's doing it for the money or anything like that.
Honestly, Americans, not saying in this room, but I think that some Americans think that Trump or the United States is just handing checks to the citizens.
All of you, listen to me. You guys are pretending like you just met Trump 2 years ago. Listen, Trump is. I've known that mother. I've read all his books. I watched all his shows. I'm a fan, bro. You y'all knew this motherfucker who he was working for. Alright? But y'all felt so patriotic about you people. And Israelis and Mexicans and fucking everyone. Canadian fucking. Now we got in.
Are you exclude some narcotics right now, buddy?
For real, I'm saying, bro.
You sound a little out of it, like you're on your.
I smoke up right now.
As somebody that has voted for Trump 3 times, okay, at no point in time has Trump ever said that he was either not going to be a friend to Israel or not giving or not help protect Israel.
He did the opposite. He campaigned on it.
So
yeah, this is 2016 Trump.
So whenever you do that, so to the small amount of people in the America First MAGA base that voted for Trump, whether you're Republican or independent or Democrat or unaffiliated, that small amount of people, if you did not vote for Trump on that basis, then he do what you want him to do. Because, I mean, the majority of people who voted for him, particularly evangelical base, that's exactly what we voted for him for. So, I mean, under no uncertain terms, you have ever gave Trump our vote if we believed that he would not help Israel, protect Israel, be a friend of Israel, or even basically treat Israel like Obama treated Israel. We would not. There's no way we would go along with that.
All right, Lady, I have a question. Do you think that if the government were to come out tomorrow and say that aliens were real, would be able to accept that?
You broke off halfway through, bro, your sentence.
He's gone. So, I mean, I'm just
Julia, bro.
You said I wanted to hear it, but you broke up.
If the government came out tomorrow.
Matrix. Yeah, he's gone.
Matrix.
So, no, he's gone. So, I just, a part of me, there's just certain people that
I really don't think I have to people's accounts, but I guess I will.
So, there's just certain people have this view about Israel, even though there are 98 something other countries.
Just open a new room. Just open a new room.
You've been in the fucking Matrix, so people can hear you.
Steal everybody. Don't worry about it. Unbind everybody else.
Open a room. So I don't think that you went on that whole long fucking pontificating on your soapbox and nobody.
Thank you. My point is, shut the fuck up. My point is, people, for whatever reason, want to obsess about Israel as if there's nothing else going on in the country. And the same thing.
I was trying to give you ammunition for being an anti-Semite.
And the same thing for even Epstein. I mean, we act like there's nothing else going on in the entire country, and Epstein is the only case that has had issues in over the 50 states. And all the and all the jurisdictions, all these county courts, all these city courts, all these state courts of people who are either been assassinated inside a prison waiting for their trial, or they had evidence or evidence destroyed. Nobody cares about any of those people.
Was only Epstein
that cares about freaking Epstein.
Dude, somebody's gonna have to kick me ass if he keeps on interrupting like that.
Oh my god.
This is not your fucking room. Stop it.
Jesus Christ. I'm glad BB wants to go make the room so we can block you, Pepe.
Can you guys behave, please? We're having a discussion.
Do you think that society would accept the idea that Jews really do orchestrate all this? That was it. They can accept aliens, they can accept the idea that we do actually run shit. And we should fucking let them know. Yeah, exactly. No, I'm just intellectually honest. I'm not a dishonest interlocutor like you, Rick.
Wow.
Whoa. That's outside Mexico. Whoa.
You really think that Jews are Rico's not Mexican?
Yeah, we do.
For real, you really think? I thought, no, it's not that.
25 trillion holding in one fucking person. Just one dude.
It's not one Jew. No.
It is. It's Larry Fink.
Larry
Fink owns BlackRock. BlackRock owns majority shareholder in Vanguard. Vanguard owns majority shareholder in State Street. It's 25 trillion in all their companies.
That's incorrect.
Yeah, it is correct. You should go look it up.
They told them not to speak about it.
Reuters actually did a breakdown on this. This is why BlackRock owns the world.
Fast forward, tell me get the fuck out of here.
What, Reuters? Don't like Reuters?
I heard you before, right?
Yeah, it's a expedition, 2020 expedition.
And that's how the room turns to shit, and it goes way off topic.
Let's get a 5-star tuning package.
Think about this.
Let's get a 5-star tuning package. 650 more, 730 pounds.
Think about his point that Jews who run shit. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Ask 85.
They obviously have a lot of, depends on which areas you're talking
Our
about.
influence.
Let's talk about international, and then let's go back to
I would say at least
US.
in the West, in particularly in the US, dominance over nearly every form of media.
So BlackRock's the first company to actually be able to invest into the Chinese Communist Party's military. It's fucking crazy. They also own 23andMe and Ancestry DNA.
Is it possible for the United States to claim bankruptcy and just start all over, just wipe out all 39 trillion or 34 trillion, whatever the fuck trillion we owe?
That's not a bad thing.
So how do you just wipe out 39 trillion?
Yeah, it's just an investment. You default on it, and then you bankrupt the entire country. Yeah, you default on it, and you bankrupt the country.
Yeah,
that's not smart.
That's
just foreign investment is all the deficit.
That bankruptcy could be chapter.
All the debt.
Chapter 11, that bitch. I don't know. Is it impossible? Could we throw a chapter 16?
Do you understand the differences in the different bankruptcies or not?
Nah, I dropped out of.
I think you mean 7 and 11.
Yeah, I dropped out of college.
Hey, sorry. One's a full closure and the other is fucking reorganization.
Full closure and reorganization, which is
one's where you close the company and it no longer exists, and the other is a reformation.
Okay, and why can't we go to the United States? It's a big. Because
you would be default adulting on everything.
Fuck it, why not?
Wait, well, aren't you gonna go to BB's room?
No, not yet.
Yeah, we're kind of, now we can't have a normal conversation.
Yeah. That's anti-Semitic. No. It's terrible.
Hello.
What's
How y'all doing? What's up?
Probably.
What's up?
Dude.
Yeah. What's up, what's up, white lady? This white lady is picking up trash with a one of those little grabber things.
A pincher.
I don't want to do it anymore, so I'm taking a very long break.
It's a pincher.
Yes, I am.
What are you doing picking up trash outside, Holly?
Cause I'm.
Where your husband is? That's his job.
he's back home. I'm in Arkansas. We're doing this flip, and the place just has trash everywhere. So I'm trying to put my effort in. So these guys.
There's trash everywhere.
Done. Yeah, just little pieces, just everywhere.
Not like Jersey.
Oh, Arkansas is trash, man. So Arkansas is dirty.
No.
But I love it here, though. Honestly, I mean, I love this town. But it is
You love the trash.
I wish someone was here to help me. I'm so bored, too.
That's why you're supposed to buy the pincher. That's the number one help.
I did buy the pincher. You know what I did?
Pincher? I hardly know her.
It's 2 o'clock.
Jesus Christ, why is Monica back channeling me screenshots of still got her me? Damn, it's fucked up.
It's 1% I will agree with you get his second. I don't know. Sig, what you got going on? Did you end up buying a place? Weren't you looking at houses?
Yeah, I'm waiting for this market to stabilize. It's just kind of weird. I don't want to get into something and fucking end up losing equity.
Yeah,
so most just being patient right now.
People bought them for like $90,000 in the 90s. Never did full renovations or kept up with the maintenance, and they're asking for like $500,000. Okay.
Why don't you just buy a renovation, one that's undervalued that you can add value to. I mean, that's safer anyway. I wouldn't buy turnkey right now.
I'd rather buy just a brand new home, custom made.
Oh, new home would be my other option, I would say. Because you can get some good deals on new construction right now. It just depends if you want to live in an HOA kind of situation.
Yeah, fuck that. And then too, these new homes, man, they're so cheap, man.
Well, that's
yeah, they're poorly made to quality, but I'm talking about custom made where you hire the right contractors.
I don't know. I think
I've
that's a
already
little
built 3
low.
homes. I've built 3 homes already.
I know, but you can buy through like D.R. Horton, and D.R. Horton's good.
You gotta get the HVAC.
Well, I don't like personally. I don't think D.R. Horton's very good. It depends. I don't know. I'm not a big D.R. Horton fan. I like Ashton Woods. Ashton Woods? Did I say that right? Yeah, I think so. They're alright. Building custom is great if you can not use a GC and do it yourself. But then you're talking.
But it takes about 2 years. You can't
exactly. Do it yourself.
If you rush it, it's gonna come out bad.
People just like to complain about shit. D.R. Horton's fine. People just like to complain.
You like D.R. Horton? I just always found them to be kind
It's
of.
just fun. For people, it's fun to complain, you know?
I don't think it's fun. It's just my profession. I've just seen a lot of different. It's just what I do. It's not my favorite one. But you can get good deals on new construction right now. That's probably the best bang for your buck, honestly. Custom's cool, but you're gonna pay like $220 a square foot.
if you use a GC. And then, not to mention the land can get real. It's hard to buy. It's hard to build a thrifty home unless you do what I did, which took us 3 years.
You have to
A lot of
source
mental
all the
anguish.
material. It takes a lot of sourced material. It takes a lot of sourced talent. It takes a lot of sourced
Talent. That's talent is a over. I don't know if I'd use the word talent. How about just a warm body?
with common sense at least.
I work in real estate and do this for a living as an investor, and even for me, it was a painful process, like psychological torture.
Yeah, that's why I like stocks and crypto better. You don't have to worry about grass, agents, and those shit.
I wish I liked that. I tried to get into it for a while. It's just not my cup of tea. My husband likes that more.
Yeah, it's a little bit more depressing.
I stay in my lane.
It's a bloodbath out there. But we're hitting records. I don't know how. We're hitting records, y'all.
Dude, it's just the bear market.
It's our fault.
This happens every 4 weeks. It's the bear market.
Oh, this thing is cool. It has a magnet, too. That's cool. Trash is everywhere. I don't even know what path to take. I was listening to music today while I was doing this, and had my car going. But then this lady that moved right there, she was yelling out her window, and I don't know if she was yelling at me or that I got scared. So I'm scared to turn on the music.
What kind of music were you playing? That's probably.
I was listening to rap and shit. She should have.
Sig, I have a question for you. Do you agree or do you think it's okay for individuals with dual citizenship to run for Congress or any political office or, just become a part of the Fed or state level?
Absolutely not. U.S. citizenship only. No dual citizenship. No.
What?
Yeah, I agree with that.
But what if that person was born in the U.S., but they just decided to apply?
Well, you gotta make a choice. So either give up the secondary citizenship or don't run.
No, why? I disagree, sir. I mean, you can still have a patriot. No, so I'm trying to say that
why did you disagree?
If someone has dual citizenship, that means they only have loyalty to one. No, you can have loyalty.
Okay, so if your girl was so she was staying with another guy at that time,
you can't compare it like that. No.
Because you wouldn't do it.
Too subjective. That's too subjective.
You absolutely fucking
That's too subjective.
No, it's imperative that you look at your relationship with the U.S. government or any government that you pledge allegiance to as a relationship. You pay money to this bitch. You know what I'm saying? You pay her bills.
Yeah, but I'm not pledging blood.
No, you will pledge. You will send your son and yourself to go fight for this bitch. No, she ain't fucking nobody else. That's what it is. She don't like it, then she can move.
Well, I was saying more like dual citizenship as not in loyalty or patriotism, but more as in investing, like trying to spread capitalism with a little bit of socialism.
You know that we're on citizenship.
Nah, baby, spread your capitalism with me. You only got capitalism. That's how it's going down.
Sig, are people diagnosed with autism, are they allowed to carry a gun? Are they allowed to shoot down the range?
Yes.
Yeah.
you're like obviously nonverbal and can't clearly can't follow like basic instructions, I mean, yeah, they're not going to really. You'd probably be kicked off the range and never allowed back.
I wouldn't allow it. If you have autism, no gun for you.
The only thing that's going to stop you from being able to own a gun is if you have a felony charge, you actively use illegal drugs, or a court has found you mentally unstable. That was only three. Yeah.
I think it'd be better for our country if everyone with doubts is had again. If we were living in that type of world, I think it would be a better world.
You're a retard.
They're the sweetest and kindest people in the entire world. They would never shoot a fly.
Of course they wouldn't. That's why they don't need to have a gun in their hands.
But that's why they would need a gun out of anyone. They're the ones who.
No, because they might hurt themselves.
I'm scared. That guy with the dumb.
The biggest danger to giving people guns is the danger that they are to themselves.
Yep. There's the majority of murders, and then, of course, I wonder what percentage of injuries with firearms are from negligent discharges.
Yeah, do you know how many women think they're big, bad, and tough and want to carry their firearm, and then it ends up very easily being turned and used against them?
I mean, I mean, if you're scared enough to stick a gun within reach of somebody, I mean, they do have drills and stuff. It's interesting where they'll they'll end up. It's usually from when your firearm is holstered on the outside, like you're in the military, where they'll draw it and move their other arm up so they don't accidentally shoot it, and kind of shoot from the hip at a super close range. But that's I feel like that's something
hip draw.
That's something that you know, if that's I don't know, somebody's charging at you with a knife or some shit, I'm guessing.
My boys make me go out with them every other weekend and shoot.
You got the safety job. You gotta be well trained with that pistol.
Yeah, these were Navy SEALs doing the fucking drill, so I mean,
they
it's
don't
pretty
all
sure.
out either. But I mean, I have a gun and I keep it in my home, but I don't carry it with me right now because I'm very uncomfortable with it.
Yeah, I understand. So that makes sense. If your bedroom door is locked at night and you have access to that firearm, you now have that wall barrier to separate you from the impeding force trying to get at you. And that's your little security window of opportunity to arm up and prepare. But the truth of the matter is the majority of the reasons you probably more danger that you're going to face is out in the streets. And one of the biggest problems
which is why
one of the biggest problems that women have with firearms is how they carry them, because they have them in their it's getting snatched. You know what I'm saying? So you got the fucking pistol in the purse.
Which is why I don't carry. Yeah, that's why I don't carry right now. Is my level of comfort. Yeah, my level of comfort in wearing right now is such that it would just ultimately probably be used against me, and I'm not going to hand them a weapon to use.
Just get a little 22 revolver. You don't need a little big one. So if you carry
if you so happen to shoot Shaquille O'Neal and empty out a 20-round magazine into him, he'll still be able to rape you and kill you. Yeah.
The other thing too is they have the way that women dress, y'all are forced to open carry. Versus y'all can't conceal because y'all wear all that tight shit.
They can't even open carry. Yeah, they can't even open carry. And that's the number one problem with women carrying is their dress. That's the number one deterrent for keeping women carrying. And the second one is the size of the gun. Because usually they got some fucking husband or some fucking retarded man telling them, oh, you can't carry, you should carry a fucking Glock 17 or a fucking 45, not take 11, and then it's too big, it's too heavy, it's too bulky.
Yeah, 45 with no safety on.
My boys have all recommended. I do have a 380. That's what they all recommended because they're smaller.
Those little P365s, like my dad has one, my brother has one.
I want some of the child.
I'm not even funny. Those little P365s are smaller and carry more rounds than most of the old school 380s. It's kind of, and I've like shot them several times. They're actually like not, the recoil is not quite what you would think it would be.
Yeah, how many rounds does your 380 hold, Liberty?
8.
Yeah, you need to go to a 360. You can get at least 10.
It's a minimum.
I'm sorry, 365. Yeah, and to the 365. What you got the easy series? Like you said, right?
I do.
Okay. Yeah. So if you do you have problems with your hands, like arthritis or pain or anything?
I don't, but it's still heavy for me, and I'm not, like I said, I'm getting better. It's getting easier and easier to navigate it and to pop the clip out and to put the clip back in, but I'm still
magazine.
The magazine thing, that thing, and it's getting easier to load the chamber, like slide thingy back.
Yeah,
but I still have a lot of apprehension.
Yeah, next time you go to a gun shop, ask them, do they have any of those Springfield Hellcat? The smaller Springfield Hellcat?
Nah,
show hands on that.
Nah, like this, the recoil, the recoil on those things fucking suck, bro. That's too snappy. It's too snappy. Trust me, I've seen a lot of women try to shoot me. It's too snappy. It's snappier than the 365, bro. Yeah.
Chambered in knives.
Yeah, but the way the gun is designed, it's got a high bore access, and it makes it a lot more snappier. I've seen a lot of women try to shoot that, bro. Yeah, it's too snappy for most of them. It's too snappy.
I will say, and this is weird because I'm so left-handed. I do everything left-handed. My right hand barely exists, but I'm very, very accurate when I shoot with my right hand as opposed to my left hand, and I don't know why. When I shoot with my left hand, I have really bad drift to the left. But when I shoot with my right hand, I hit dead center where I'm aiming every time. Like my precision is very, very good when I use my right hand.
You're probably cross-eye dominant. That's probably.
No, I'm left-eye dominant.
Yeah, so left-eye dominant and left-handed is like one of the worst conditions you can have for sure.
Is it? Yeah.
Like, probably your trigger. You probably got too much finger on the trigger, too.
Did you say cross-eye dominant?
Yeah,
so it's like optimally you want your opposite eye to your hand.
I was just making sure you weren't doing a little bit of a dig to Southern Girl.
I'm left-eye dominant, but right-handed. A lot of people will move and I guess there is benefits to it. They will move the handgun, the sights, over in front of their left eye. I'm just so used to doing it to my right eye that I end up just doing that. But it can kind of fuck with other things if you're using a scope, because then you're forced to squeeze one eye shut, which the military and stuff generally frown upon.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's still oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, man. I was talking.
I was gonna say it's still no, you're wrong. It's you want to be your dominant eye. Same eye, yeah. If it's opposite, then you gotta lean your head over a little bit more. Yeah, it's a little more strenuous on you. That's what most people.
See, that's what's so weird to me. Because, like I said, when I shoot with my left hand, I'm definitely left-eye dominant. When I shoot with my left hand, where it lands always drags slightly lower into the left of where I'm aiming. When I shoot with my right hand, I hit exactly where I'm aiming.
Yeah, so if it's lower. Here's the thing, whatever hand you shoot most accurate with, just stick with that. Don't try to cross-train yourself to become left-hand dominant, because it's just too much. Just stick with the hand that you're comfortable with, and then two, to get over handling that, you need to dry fire sensitivity. So make sure that fucker's unloaded, put it in a holster, put it on like a concealed carrying, and just practice drawing, practice racking, get some dummy rounds from Amazon. You get them for like $20 for like 50 of them. And practice loading, and that everything to get yourself
That one I can shoot with my left. I have to because it's so big.
I bet you hit everything clean with that too.
Everything clean with that. Everything.
What do you need an AR-15? That is overkill. That's like military.
It's so much fun, and it's so much easier.
Well, yeah, it's like, okay, if people say, well, if you can't shoot accurate with your handgun, you just need to practice. Okay, when you wake up from a dead sleep and 3 motherfuckers are kicking in your front door, okay, good luck with shooting your handgun accurately. I'm just saying, people eating and they're not stressed out and their heart rate's not all over the place. They'll perform a lot differently than they will. But with the AR-15, it's kind of fail-proof method of well, most of the time at least, of putting multiple rounds like on a target pretty accurately.
Well, because you got 4 points of contact with a long gun, so you got both hands, you got your shoulder, then you got your cheek. Versus a handgun is just 2 hands that's floating out there, so it's harder for people to learn stability. And in order to get accuracy and stability, you got trigger control, you got follow through, you got breath control. Like there's a whole bunch of factors, but you need to consistently practice that shit day in, day out, day in, day out. The average person goes to the range probably once a year, if that, and that's just not enough time to get proficient with it. That's where a lot of people.
And say I was gonna say, my daughter she really loves it in Beretta 92. She's pretty damn good with it.
Oh, it's a good gun. Yeah, it's a great gun, man.
Yeah, I still have one of those. They're fun to shoot.
They are
very accurate. Out of the box too, they ain't really good triggers. It's an Italian, man. Get some Italians make good guns.
I honestly think the world would be better without guns.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Unfortunately, you can go down the rabbit hole and say, like, well, even if you look at warfare 1,000 years ago, they were using long spears, archery, all kinds of fucking shit, poisoning people, deliberately causing famines, and it's just like, I don't, people are going to create weapons. That's that.
Yeah, but we should be smart enough now in 2026 to accept the fact that the world will be better without spears, poison, or bullets.
What do you do if there's a rogue elephant that's going through a village in India and it's
no guns, okay?
No, you pretty much with the big elephant, you probably need like at a minimum, like I don't know, a 30-06 to the fucking head of an elephant.
Why were you there? That's the elephant's territory. Like, why were you there in the first place?
Okay, I can go like in Alaska. They have this problem. You get people that get attacked and eaten by brown bears.
Stay away. You know you don't have a gun.
No, if they're hungry out of hibernation, they will absolutely ambush you and attack you. It's just
you need to go hug a tree, nigga. You need to go hug a tree back. Like a little bitch.
Well, all elephants aside, when people say stuff like that, I always wonder, like, how do you plan on implementing that? Like, how do you, like, getting me to turn my shit in is probably key.
You'd have to do it with guys with guns.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, what about, well, I'm just saying, a law-abiding citizen like me, if pressed enough, I'm probably just gonna do it, right? In most cases.
Fuck that.
But what about I know what you're saying, but I'm saying with the permanent stuff. Like, what about the permanent?
Yeah, they never turned that shit in. Yeah, Canada just did this shit. Canada's doing it right now. They just did a mandatory buyback. No fucking criminals showed up. There's a bunch of less than 10% of the population. There's a bunch of old ladies whose husbands died. They found dusty ass rifles and shit and shotguns in the fucking closet. They just wanted to get rid of them. That's all that showed up. So less than 10% of the population turned in their guns for the mandatory buyback, and then the fucking whoever's running the show there, I forgot the fucking bitch's name, but she is demanding law enforcement go according to their national registry and go door to door and confiscate these guns. And every single law enforcement agency's like, fuck that, that's a fucking suicide mission. Nope, I'm good. They do that shit in the States too, man. There's been a bunch of mandatory buybacks in a lot of the municipalities, bro. And it's just a bunch of old ladies that show up getting rid of their dead fucking goddamn squirrel hunting shotguns and right.
It's funny how, like, after the buybacks, you hear a news story about Canada, like Toronto or something. Somebody that kicked in somebody's door, and like all 5 of the criminals was armed and shit. And it's just funny how like that never makes the conversation. Like what are you supposed to do about shit like that?
Well, they're pushing, and you notice handguns cause the most deaths, but they keep pushing for long guns. And I tell people, wake the fuck up. They're pushing for long guns because long guns win revolutions. Handguns don't. Handguns are a shitty fucking weapon. If you're on the battlefield, only reason why you're pulling a fucking handgun is to fight your way to a fucking rifle. That's it. It's a last resort weapon, but handguns are shitty weapons when it comes to war or battle. So they're trying to get rid of all these fucking long guns. They're trying to pussify all the fucking men, and they're trying to get these men to vote against their best interests after they pussify them to get rid of long guns. That way the government doesn't have any fucking viable resistance to it. There's some shit where it pop off. That's the whole point of it.
I'm just running out. I will that off. No one's going to fight for the government influence. It's going to be funny.
Dude, in Michigan during COVID, all the niggas showed up with long guns, man, because we got it baked into our Constitution. We can legally carry inside of our government buildings, inside of our state buildings, which is a good thing, bro. Dude, like, it's probably like 2,000 niggas showed up fucking armed inside the fucking Capitol. Oh my God, dude, they were fucking shaking in their boots. Like, the next day, all the elected officials were on TV.
Guns are allowed, right? But are cameras, cell phones allowed?
Yeah. Oh yeah. They were filming and everything. But all the public officials, hold on, let me finish my statement. Say, hold on, nigga, goddamn. So what I'm saying is, the very next day, all the fucking Lansing Capitol elected officials wanted to change the Constitution. They wanted to change the birth from being because they were so fucking scared.
I think at this point, we just need to open up institutions and do a Thanos-style sweep.
Everybody should be able to own a gun. All the criminals got fucking guns. I know several guys with felonies that fucking own guns and shit.
Guns, bro.
You can't. You realize there's more guns than people in the United States. You realize that, right? There's like 3 guns to every fucking human being in the United States, bro. You can't. It's impossible.
I promise you, bro. Charlie Kirk wouldn't have died if there's no guns, bro. Charlie Kirk would still be alive now. JFK would still be alive now. He wouldn't allow a gun.
So how do you go? Okay, so let's take the United States alone. How do you go about getting rid of all
make sure puppies never grow into dogs.
Savory, how would you go about it if you were the leading official in states and you want to impose that and enforce that? How would you go?
I don't follow that.
No, but how would you? Because you're advocating for it. So how would you go about it? What's the best way to do it?
I'm unqualified to give you a full how I would do it, but look, society would be a lot better.
So you're pushing for something and you have a thought.
Crime rate will go down. I'm telling you. Okay, just no guns.
But if you're going to advocate for something, you should have enough research or thought process on how you want to implement it.
Get defeated, whatever point I bring up.
Right, so then why say it then? If you know it's stupid, then why say it?
It's not stupid. I'm telling you.
It's 100% retarded. Yes,
better off without guns.
Okay, I'm going to check this. So, we're going to
bring back legal prostitution, bro.
So, I know you're trolling, but you say we're going to cut it off. Okay. Would you prefer it quick or horrifying and painful? Question. That's an honest question. Quick or horrifying and painful? Because the moment you remove what you just said, the exact word, that's what happens to you.
Where you live at? Saying California?
Nah, I'm a liberal in Chicago.
Oh, okay, yeah, there you go. Yeah, you see what happened in Chicago, right? When they allowed concealed carry? Like, literally overnight, violent crime dropped like 33%. Literally over the next day. Literally.
Surprised.
Yeah. So the more guns you have, the less crime, because criminals, here's the thing, bro, criminals are dumb, but they're not fucking that dumb. They understand that if I go out here and try to victimize someone, and there's a chance I got 10 guns pointed at me, I'm not gonna fucking do it, bro. And it works every fucking time. It works beautifully. So get rid of background checks, get rid of all these fucking restrictions. You should be able to buy a gun like you buy a candy bar.
Guns to the Down syndrome people, give guns to the autistic, give guns to the felons. Sure. You know what?
Felons already have guns, Sangry. They already have guns. Already have the guns. Felons already have guns, bro. Most felons out have fucking guns, bro.
And the crime rate's you said it went down? Well, I don't know. It's just, they don't need a gun. Like, why?
Because there's evil people out there. You're never going to rid the world of evil people.
So we also say having guns that when somebody
That's why
comes
we
after
should
you.
secure our borders and shoot on sight. If anyone crosses the border, shoot them.
Okay, well, I wasn't done.
What would you shoot them?
Go ahead, Kristen. Proceed.
Thanks. So, in all of these, there's places in the world where they don't want the people to have guns because that's when revolutions start. So, if the government wants to take your gun away, it's usually because it's not good. And you look at any kingdom in Europe in the past 160 years, and that went from kingdom to whatever of the people. That's why England won't allow their people to have firearms unless they have a very special license. So it's a multitude of reasons. I do also believe there needs to be more regulation. Any schmo can get one, and they're so dangerous. But you know what? They can also get cars, and I think there needs to be more regulations about that too. So that's the news. That's all I had.
What regulations would you like to see, Kristen?
And what?
For guns.
Definitely a background check.
But you already have to have a background check.
I didn't.
Was it a private sale?
A what?
Was it a private sale?
No. Let me see. You know what? I think I did have to have a background.
Yeah, if I'm saying it's not, you're a felon. That's a felony. If you bought a gun without a background check from a distributor,
you have to make sure that I didn't have it, right?
Yeah, so you had to fill out a form 4473 when you went to what was it called, a gun shop?
I don't recall. It was electronic form, but what I'm talking about is like there needs to be more like, okay, so they scanned to make sure I wasn't a felon. What else? You got all kinds of people that need to have like, listen,
What if you're a sex?
Hold on, let her finish. Sangry, shut the fuck up. Let her finish. Go ahead.
Thanks.
No, go ahead, man. Fuck that nigga. Go ahead, you got it.
Nah, I've lost interest.
Goddamn, Sangry, you fucking Tourette's-ridden fucking retard. Jesus Christ, man.
Well, Kristen does still let you know, and I think 42 states, most of the states, there are 4 to 5 requirements generally that are mandatory by national NRA, I believe. Background checks are first. A psych eval is the second. In a lot of states, you have to do a psych eval. Most people usually do psych to bring it in. The third is a heavy amount of questionnaires based on the psych eval. And the fourth is usually, this is another new one. They basically scan for any general comments or anything you want to leave on the internet to suggest maybe a terroristic threat or plans. That has been mandatory as of 2011. The fifth one is depend on the state, both law, constitution, and just how much the fifth one will be any sort of deeper background checks instead of just the general criminal record. If you are military, ex-military, you can look into that. Though there are actually flights to go to a publicly licensed gunsmith or store. This is what's going to happen to you regardless. In most states, this is what's going to happen. Those 4 things, the fifth one, like I said, based on state enforcement and decision.
psyche eval. Because I'm not familiar with any.
I think he said it's gonna happen. I don't think he said it is. I think he said it's gonna happen.
I thought he said most.
Well, that's why I say it's more of the 3 that are required, but a 4th one would probably, like I know in Virginia they always require psychological evaluation.
No, they don't.
There's a couple of
No, they don't. No, they don't in Virginia. No, they don't.
It's not enforced, but it is on like.
It's not enforced. What?
Yeah, no, they don't. Yeah, there's no psych evals required. And I thought you were saying what they're gonna do. If you're saying that they have it out, no, there's no states that require a psych eval. There's 0 states. 0 states. The only thing you're required federally by law is a 4473 form, which is your standard background check.
Yes, exactly.
Once you pass that, boom. Now, the only thing the state may have is like a waiting period. They may say, hey, okay, you get approved, but you can't get your gun for 5 days or 10 days. You have to come back and pick it up. A couple states, handful of states are doing that, but most states, as long as you pass your background check there, and it usually takes about 5 to 10 minutes. It's an electronic system through the ATF. It comes back with a green check mark that you're good to go. You walk out with that motherfucker same day. And then 2, they have it where, because I know during COVID, because they had the highest background check processes in history, and the system was bogged down. It's actually baked in a federal law that if the ATF can't render you a verdict, which is either a green check mark or a red check mark, by 10 business days, they have to automatically give it to you, even if you got a felony, even if you legally shouldn't. You're allowed to. That's federal. Yep. So yeah. Yep. So they have 10 business days to render you a verdict. If they don't render you shit and it's a stalemate, you get to legally go back, pick up that fucking gun. The gun shop has to give it to you. Well, they don't have to. I mean, gun shops still have the discretion on who they want to, or you know, who they want to or not, don't want to do business with. But if it's a gun shop that's just, hey, I'm just trying to make my fucking money, and you come back 10 business days, man, 11 business days, you come back, you got that gun. And that was happening to a lot of fucking people, yeah. And then the ATF, one of my buddies, one of the gun shops, my buddy's owns, he said he had about 3 or 4 people that happened to, and then they came back later. After they came back and got the fucking gun, ATF said, oh, this person should have, they got a felony, but at that point, the gun shop's not liable. It's ATF.
So you'll end up on a list.
Well, yeah, they'll probably try to, track you down or whatever. But yeah, they call him requesting the paperwork and all that shit. So, because everything he does it paper. He doesn't do the electronic system. So. Yeah, background checks are fucking retarded. They, like I said, the people we're most worried about as far as criminally obtaining guns and criminally guns, they don't go to the fucking gun shop and buy guns, bro. They're like go to Detroit. Like, dude, I can go in the hood right now. I can go to the east side right now, my old neighborhood, bro. Give me $500. I guarantee you in 2 hours I can come back with three fucking burners, bro. Like, niggas ain't going to gun shops getting background checks, man. There's so many fucking guns floating around out here. So it's just dumb to do background checks. And then too, it's like you got someone that clears a background check, has a clean background. You don't have a crystal ball to determine in the future if they're going to use that thing, mass shooting, school shooting, kill their fucking spouses, kill their fucking 8 kids. Like, there's just no way to fucking tell. It's just
what about that case, I believe in Texas, where the homeowner shot 4 suspects, I believe killed a couple, but he's going to prison because the suspects were running away from his garage, and the guy with the gun shot him in the back. So the judge said, hey, that's not allowed. And
yeah, it's going to depend on who the prosecutor is. Texas is very, very lenient with their gun laws. Like, Texas is the only state in the union you can actually use deadly force to protect property. Every other state you can't. So
I forgot what state. It's not Texas, yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, because Texas, you can shoot someone breaking into your neighbor's home. You can.
So what do you think?
sit there going on and go to jail? Did he not assess the situation right?
My personal opinion, if you can prove that you used deadly force because this person was illegally on your property, infringing on your property, on your rights, in a violent fashion, or burglary, or fucking, stealing your property, I think, yeah, fuck him, man. Fuck him.
I'm reading something really interesting, and I this is slightly off topic, but I'm reading about cadaverine, which is the, when people die, it gives off, people say, I've never smelled a body that has been dead more than a few minutes, but that it's like a horrible smell that you just, it's unlike anything else, and is that the odor commonly associated with bacterial vaginosis has been linked to cadaverine and putrescine. Putrescine is the other chemical that your body releases during putrefaction, which is one of the stages of decomposition. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. So bacteria vaginosis, in other words, smelly vagina will smell like death. Just not a
Pepe, you okay, bro? Another reason to skip lunch today. Appreciate it.
Pepe, there was very misogynistic of you.
Well, I'm trying to find out whether mine shafts are really a good place for my hobby. So, I just have to check out the stages of decomposition. I'm just kidding. I don't need the feds. I don't need somebody to think I'm like actually serious.
I'm gonna be fresh
my rape jokes.
The feds are watching.
I'm here, they're watching. We should ban all mine shafts now. Jesus.
Maggie, I'm back again. Oh, why do these people think that I'm supposed to work? Oh.
Because you live in America.
Oh, it's more money. Not really. I can't complain. I only have to work every once in a while.
If you marry me, I could retire you.
Oh my gosh. I have a little special something going on someday.
She's pro-gun, so it wouldn't work out. She probably shoot you.
Oh my god.
Speaking of pro-guns, a friend of mine said that the new governor or some elections are trying to do gun restrictions back in my home state. I'm like, bro, the ATF has a notice for VA. These people will enter a gunfight with you. They usually just stay out of state.
Yeah, that's the new governor of Virginia, man. That chick totally switched up when she got elected, bro. Like, you guys, Virginia's got I think something like 30 new taxes she's implemented. Yeah, there's a gun bill, a gun ban for assault rifles sitting on her desk right now. She's about to sign.
It's not going to get enforced. But everything I'm hearing, I'm like, one, I hear people saying it, and my only thing is how she can enforce any of the stuff. Because if the counties decide, you do not have the authority for me to enforce. That's what that county can just decide not to enforce the law. That is how a Commonwealth works. It's not a governor shows up, makes laws, and then everyone follows it. No, a governor shows up and then everyone sees, well, I don't care to enforce this. So good luck to the lady. It ain't gonna work like that.
Yeah, I've seen that happen in a few states with the magazine bans. Pass 10-round limit magazine or whatever, and the cops are supposed to arrest people who they see reports that they get people that are breaking it. And every single parish I've seen, the cops are like, yeah, fuck that, you go fucking kick rocks, man. I ain't enforcing that shit.
No one wants to take it out to the chest, which is not even just, it's not about being smart, it's just Bible.
Well, you see some of these red flag confiscations, how they went down, bro. Fucking, literally, a lot of them ended up being gunfights.
Hi, everybody.
They roll up trying to take somebody's gun on this red flag shit, man. That motherfucker starts popping back.
supporters shoot on site. But if you don't have enough guns, how are you going to shoot on site? Border's pretty large.
It's water guns, Isaac.
Oh.
Super border patrol with super soakers.
Oh, they are capable of heating up water to almost its boiling point. That's a war crime.
Yeah, you understand? Doing someone is less painful than fucking spraying with boiling water. Also, way less humane. Yeah, shoot boiling water. So.
At high speeds, what? At a rapid speed. Hey, let me, as a world, I know you can't use boiling liquids. I just don't. But sending copper over 200 miles per hour, is it?
Yeah, getting shot is way more humane than getting stabbed, bro. Yeah.
They're considered humane ways. Makes sense. I mean, yeah, I get it. Yeah, it's considered a humane way of murder because it's literally reduced pain for the option.
Talk to anybody who's ever been in a combative situation or self-defense, whatever, they're going to tell you, Sangre. They'd rather get shot than stabbed. Getting stabbed is fucking horrible, bro.
I'd rather get shot with boiling water than brats.
You got more chance of surviving a gunshot wound than you do a fucking knife wound.
Especially if the bullet is fast. It just goes clean through you. So what kind of bullet was it, the one that killed Charlie Kirk, in your opinion, though? Or brass bullets, which you observed, Mr. Sig? That is a great question still, though. Where do you get those? You don't think it's brass anymore.
The shell, the casing is brass. Projectiles copper. Copper or nickel, depending on what you get.
Yeah,
copper, nickel, or lead.
Combinations, yeah. You know what's on the right stick? There's all types of ammo. And the material could be, well, maybe powder, of course. But what's the powder called?
Yeah, Charlie Kirk supposedly was shot with a 30-06, but that's in debate right now with all these court proceedings coming out with analysis of the bullet. Shit, definitely 30 caliber, but there's no definitive analysis. It was a 30-06 as of yet.
No, I have 8 bullets made of depleted uranium. I don't know if that's legal.
Yeah, you need to stop smoking weed and taking mushrooms, bro.
Cheers. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's illegal. I know you can have, what is it? There are a few depleted nuclear materials, but I don't know if uranium is allowed.
Hour, like a real legit happy hour today.
Shut up. I thought you were going to say happy ending. I was like, I got you.
Shut up, sir. Shut up, Shady.
The way things look like nowadays at my age, I don't got half.
Like Blake in the Matrix.
It's Blake and his going wireless.
No, I can tell.
Sid brings darkies. I want darkies.
Oh my God. Some people have no manners.
How dare you do that a month and a week
disappeared.
It's a nutcase.
Kinda like her.
Who's changed?
Wow.
Virginia got her with it.
Nancy Guthrie.
I think they're gonna arrest someone within a month.
I guess the person got killed. What happened? What was going on? I've never heard of this.
Supposedly, the last note that they said that she. Yeah, but they haven't found a body, right, Kelly? No, they probably burned it, I'm thinking, at the beginning. Sorry to be grisly.
That's the old lady that went missing, some TV news.
Yeah, Savannah Guthrie's mama. Yeah,
she went missing.
Oh, I have no idea.
I thought they found her. Did they found her?
No, they didn't find her. There were reports at one point saying that they found a body, but it was like a 29-year-old girl. It wasn't Nancy. Yeah, the last ransom note supposedly that the Guthries received said that she died.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. Kelly's
ransom keeping the victim alive so you can get their money.
Right. Well, I mean, that point at which they finally messaged and said that she had succumbed was like well over a month after she disappeared. I personally, she was on all those medications that she wasn't getting. I think it was probably her heart or something, if she actually wasn't killed immediately as soon as she was taken. Which they never did substantiate and prove that she wasn't dead almost immediately.
Keep forgetting people still do that in America. It's so rare.
It's so rare.
Are we talking about Miss Nancy?
Yeah.
Oh, this is my hearing, everyone. This is Daniel. He's blind.
Copy that. And did she pass away from her injuries?
Yes, copy that. Read on.
Copy that. So this is an Angel Flight situation.
Don't worry, sir. Look me. I'm getting fed right now.
Okay, Yoshi.
Tell him, Daniel.
Yoshi, cállate la boca.
I don't think Yoshi knows Japanese.
Kelly, somebody asked in the chat, why do you think she was burned? Is that just speculation, or did you hear something? I may have heard something, because I've listened during the whole time where I couldn't read anything. Those few months, I listened to a lot, and it may have soaked into my brain, but I think that that's the only way they could have gotten rid of her without a trace. That's my theory, and I think it's somebody in the family or someone close to the family.
Burning only works if the temperatures was not really hot enough to start warping metal. That's the only way you can do that.
They need a lot of heat to burn a body, so.
To complete ash, yeah. Like it has to warp metal after temperature.
To burn bones to ashes, it takes, I think, over 2,000 Fahrenheit or 3,000 Fahrenheit.
6,000.
Is this the female version of KP?
No.
When did the notification come out that she passed?
There's no notification yet. Yeah, just there was a ransom note that's presumably told the family that she.
Okay, and when was the ransom note?
I don't know.
When was the ransom note passed?
It's been a while. It's been a few weeks.
Copy that. So this is definitely a confirmed Angel Flight situation.
Oh my God, Daniel, nothing's Angel Flight. God.
Yeah, isn't it?
What y'all thinking?
Like you keep telling me now.
I said, what y'all thinking of weak ass movie pictures?
What about the movie?
What do you mean weak ass?
money and vehicles to take expensive pictures. We don't have that money. I mean, it's our money, but we don't have control over it.
Yeah, I thought so too, Monica. I thought so too. What, Sig?
It's AI, don't believe it.
Oh my gosh, you people and your conspiracies. Oh Lord.
They got it from the Epstein files. It's AI, it's fake.
And that pod just dropped out of the sky into the middle of the ocean out of nowhere, huh?
Yeah, it's all part of the plan. So
Okay.
Yeah, the moon landing is fake. You need wind for the flag to move.
The earth is flat.
Yeah, it's not flat. What's the other thing? Oh, you gotta get through the, like, what is it? It'll take like 11 days to get to the moon.
Like, Richard, you can tell these people that the moon landing is not fake.
What are the conspiracies about the moon?
I don't
see fake, landed. Oh, I'm just saying, past the firmament. That's the other one.
I'm just saying, like, I know we got plenty of things in orbit, and that's for certain. The only question I have is, like, did we actually been to the moon? I do believe we've done plenty of space travel, but it's...
Well, they didn't go to the moon, they just went around the moon. So what's the problem with the pictures?
It's like you got 7 pictures of the motherfucker, and then it's like you got 4 astronauts with iPhones. Why aren't you just going to the fucking window and saying, "Hey guys, look at this shit," instead of sitting there?
How do you know that there weren't like regulations against them being able to do that?
I wonder why the fuck you would have why would the fuck would you send them up there? Why would you allow them to bring iPhones if they can't use them?
Because they're responsible.
I'm just saying.
National security.
The point of national security isn't to say, "Hey guys, it's the fucking Earth. Can you believe that shit?"
What if there were aliens, Blake? It would create global panic.
I don't know about all that shit, but I'm just saying. Because I don't know about all it. I didn't get kicked, and y'all can shit on me if you want, but it's that we have been further than orbit, or we've been way further than orbit. So, but we're joking. We're doing a lot of oh shit. Yeah, it's probably
look at God, Blake.
I know, it's probably good for everybody.
They do.
You negative Nelly.
They do have multiple samples of the actual surface of the moon, dotted across a good amount. Well, not a good amount, but there are NASA facilities, museums, and places that you can go and see the samples. And if you do want to test whether it's real or not, it'll take a while, and you have to pay a lot because they have to go match it with the sample of Russia, who also went to the moon, but via probe, and then collected samples. So, definitely been to the moon. Can definitely prove what the consistency and soil composition of it is. Yeah.
I'd just like to say, interestingly enough, there wasn't nearly as much dust on the moon as I thought would be there.
Too bad.
It's because the alien's got a giant Swiffer.
Was that one?
Yeah.
Was that one?
No, it's not really like the thing with the moon is there's no air or anything, so there's no way for the dust to actually stick to whatever lands. So the moment you lift off, the dust kind of stays there. There's nothing for it to either move or stick to.
So as of right now, like space travel, pretty much most of the combustion is done on the takeoff and then on the re-entry for slowing it down. So when they're in space, it's just pretty much like they set up a trajectory and kind of just, throw it in that area. And it just kind of, are they just using gravity? They said easier with asking you, are they using gravity to guide them? Or are you going to, like how are they taking the trip around? Or, like they must be using something else for thrust. Like,
to answer your question, Blake, essentially there are internal flush systems on virtually any single manned probe that is sent into space. Like the moment a person's there, they have the ability to navigate if they're going to either even just going for a trip to the ISS. Anything that is a manned probe has the ability to flush into space. We don't need massive amounts of fuel because there's no air resistance. So even just 1 inch of blast will use you in space. 1 inch of air, that's all you need. So we don't need a lot of fuel. And yeah, they can direct their trajectory if they do plan this out towards where they want to go. That's how you travel with what we got. And then you land and lifting off, or whether we pass the files correctly, it's less of blasting off and more just kind of using the ship to tip itself in a certain direction and then letting the rotation of the moon kind of use you. Then you can start to lift off because the moon really doesn't have that much gravity. That's kind of how they get off and on. If you're just in space, yeah, you can just use thrust until you get back to Earth and then crash into the ocean. And if you have further questions, just read all the technical procedural documents that NASA publicly releases all the time. Whether you understand them or not is going to be your issue, but the information is always there.
you think there's any chance of them finding like different fuel, something on the moon?
The moon is literally just remember how they describe the consistency? Imagine like the roughness of gravel, smaller than sand, or as fine as sand. A little bit, like a lot smaller than sand, and that's basically most of the moon. There's almost nothing on there that's really useful.
That's really too bad. That'd be cool if some of them, if they had minerals or something that was useful.
Nah, that's why Jeff Bezos has been talking about that asteroid because about 15 years now. He's still breaking up late.
You were saying like mining the asteroid belt?
Yeah, Jeff Bezos has been throwing always brings the idea up every chance he gets, just mine it, reduce the cost that you have to pay for materials. It's just no one wants to do it.
flag here in Minnesota back in 24, 25.
Oh, wait. Monica, what? New link, old link, which one are you? Oh, tell me more. Blake, I think she wants you to tell her more.
Oh, no, I was saying that we had changed our flag here in Minnesota back in like 24, 25. And it's like oddly similar to the Somalian flag, and nobody liked it. So a couple towns out here had voted to remain by the original historic Minnesota flag. And they did a poll that 75% of Minnesota residents would like to have the old flag back. So I thought that was interesting. I don't know if anybody followed before, but yeah, we changed our flag to a Somali flag out here a few years ago.
You're in the matrix completely. I can hear that you're trying, but I can't make out anything you're saying.
I was just saying, I thought it was kind of a cool, lighthearted story. They're bringing the old flag back. Or thinking about it.
That's right.
Come on, 5 o'clock. 80.
What happens at 5 o'clock?
I get to get up and walk away from this computer and look at it again today. And actually, it's probably going to happen at 4:45 if the truth is told.
And then you can have a cupcake.
No, but I might go make some mushroom coffee. Just to get me through the night without taking.
I watched the llama video.
Are you?
Well, I don't know the names of them, but I'm the one that would just break the cord.
The second to the last llama?
Yeah, what called?
Plebe.
Oh, plebe? That doesn't sound.
You're a plebe. See, I'm the last llama. I sit and wait for the plebes to do the work for me, and then I just get to enjoy all the benefits. Yep.
I don't know. I thought that was kind of.
I think Monica refers to me as the diva. I think that's what she called me.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll watch it again. I was trying to listen to this and watch it, so I need to find an accurate test.
I just like to let those around me solve the problems for me.
Right.
And then I'm like, yes, cool.
I do jump in and try to solve things, though, before, others do.
So, okay.
That's something I do, and it's a waste of time a lot, but I can't help it. It's how I'm wired.
Monica, too. She can relate. start to realize how much time that kind of, like, just the research that it takes to solve problems, sometimes I'm like, this could be, you know, maybe I have 10 years left, 20 years left. This could be a good chunk of that time. Do I really want to be doing this right now? But I never thought that way before.
Monica says, we aren't diva lomas. We're not corporate.
Definitely not corporate. Elgate. Mint. Oh, stop. Something else. Yes. Oh my gosh, I just took the best nap of my life. I'm sorry, Dad. It was great.
He did a crash. He did a crash.
If I crash, let me crash my stuff. Why y'all trying to control it?
It's retarded, bro. You're frying my brain cells.
You're scared for the truth. You're scared for
No one's scared.
So let me speak.
You're dumb.
So let me speak, but we have to listen to your retarded shit.
Bro, you made a room on Clubhouse. Let me speak, bro.
I know you're right. I didn't make the room, but you know what? It's fucking crazy that we're still doing it.
I'm just speaking, bro.
You want to do us a favor, Cass? Never come near our synagogues or
Oh my God, man. Because you want to echo.
Shut up. No, because scary guy. Scary guy.
Hey, move them. Hey, Harry, do you want to read my picture profile?
Not speak on the title and I get kicked for speaking on the title.
Could you mute him for a second? It was in the 1800s when the word was invented, and it came from a German who came up with the word to try to describe Jew hatred. It was not a word that was a Jewish word. It was a German word. You can say the word in German, which is the origin of anti-Semitism. I can't speak German. Someone can probably say it better than I can. But you can look it up and look at the origin of the word. So you
look at my PTR. What is my PTR?
That's the problem. They don't know how to do research, Abby.
What is my PTR?
We need to look at your PTR.
I want you to
What is my
promise
PTR?
you'll never come near a synagogue. I want you to promise you'll never come near a synagogue.
I want you to promise you're going to kill yourself.
I want you to promise that. You promise us. You promise you'll never come near a school full of Jewish kids either. You're a really scary guy. Very concerned.
Guys, hold on. Everybody mute up. Guys, come here.
Yo, baby, I'm not trying to
Listen, you fucking monkey. Listen.
What?
You've already been reported. Your IP address has been tracked. Believe me, buddy, you're going to be hearing from the authorities. You already threatened with death on her. You're a sorry son of a bitch.